Oh my gosh. That was an adventure. I don't know if my volume's up here. Make sure my no, I just muted myself. Hang on. Can you guys hear me all right? I turned my mic down on Stan's channel last night because it was echoing real bad. And for some reason the settings aren't there to turn it back up now. All right, cool. All right, guys. Sorry for being late. It's been one of those nights. I ran to the grocery store, and when I got done, I had to switch dog boxes out. So one of them we had to dig out of the garage, and by the time we got it dug out, cleaned up, I looked at my phone. It was like 8:55, and I was like, "All right, maybe I can make it." And then it's one thing after another. I started carrying groceries in that I got before, and ripped the bag on some of them. Dropped stuff trying to get in the house. Couldn't get the door unlocked. It's been one of those nights. So, yeah. So that's why I'm late. That's my excuse. Um, Stonefly, Buckeye, Michael Murillo. What's going on, guys? Catman. I'm not sure if I said hey to you or not. So what's going on tonight, guys? I know my YouTube's been getting blown up all day with people being live. I'm not sure who's even live anymore. Um, I understand if you're bouncing back and forth or if somebody's fishing, you want to go over there. Absolutely. I highly encourage that. I'd be doing the same thing myself. I know I saw Chunky was on, DMV was on earlier. Yeah. Yeah, that's sure how it felt, man. What's going on, Roger? Is Palmetto still live right now? I know he's kind of been breaking it up a little bit. Is he live right now or taking a break? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Another 10 and a half hours. Yeah, I was jumping in and out today, kind of watching some of his stuff. That'd be cool. I know a guy on one of the lakes close to me. He did a 24-hour, kind of camp out thing. He doesn't do the YouTube or anything, so he just posted some pictures when he was done. But I think it'd be a cool thing to do. The only problem with me is I'd probably sink my boat with the amount of snacks that'd have to be on there. So hang on just one second here. I'm gonna mute myself. Yeah. You want to say hi? Huh? You want to say hi? Or you just gonna be a little ghost in the corner?
A ghost in the corner.
I don't know, 9 people for sure. Roger, Finn, Jim, Buckeye, Murillo. You don't know Roger.
I know Roger. I think I'm 10.
Don't tell everybody. Yeah, I'll take him out here. He's gonna make a mess. All right, we back. So here was kind of my thought process for tonight and tomorrow is what I was gonna go with. Some of you guys might know. I think some of you were in on Stan's channel last night. But let's see, it was me, Stan, Josh from 1 Ton, and Brandon Enix. I hope I said that right, buddy. We were talking about people, talking about catfishing all the time. And, they were like, well, let's do some lives and just talk about catfish. And I was like, okay, absolutely. So, Stan was live last night for a long time. I was going to go live tonight and just kind of talk about catfishing, whatever anybody wants to talk about. And then tomorrow I was going to kind of do like a channel shout out thing. But then I realized that tomorrow, okay, I'll get my days mixed up here. So Thursday morning, I'm getting up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. So Wednesday night, I'm not going to do a live anymore. So my plans for tonight is kind of just a free for all. We'll talk about catfishing. Anybody that wants to come in, I'll split the screen with you as soon as I can figure out how. I've never done it before. If you guys just want to talk about it, if you guys want to promote your channels, whatever, let's just kind of give each other some shout outs tonight and talk about catfishing, and we'll see where it goes. But I see Brandon's in here. Everyone knows Roger. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm not sure that's a blessing or a curse. Hey, Paul, what's going on, man? You guys still going fishing Friday? Hey, I gotta mess with Roger. I know he'd be doing it to me if the roles were reversed. Hit add guest and it will split. So I guess first of all, I gotta post a link, don't I? I have no idea how to do this. Like I was talking on Stan's channel last night, and Stan kind of tried to walk me through it, and I followed it for a little bit, but I don't know, it was kind of confusing. But so like once I share the link or whatever, if I hit, will it notify me when somebody's trying to come on, or how does that work? Justin's going Friday. Finn's going Friday. Well, you want me to text you right now? Or are you talking about Friday? Friday, I got volunteered for a pheasant hunt 2 hours away. Add guest. What do you mean add guest? Invite a guest? Oh, here we go. Well, I copied it to my clipboard. How do I put it in the comments? Can I even comment? I could have swore I used to be able to comment on these things. Post comment. Here we go. Look at this. Did it work? I see it down there, but is it clickable? Justin's not going to text you. I've been telling him to get a hold of me on Facebook or send me his number or something for like, I don't know what, Justin, like 3 months, and that hasn't happened. So I wouldn't hold your breath, Roger. Guest button turns red when someone's ready. All right, cool. I'll still find a way to mess it up somehow. I hate how chat works, at least on my phone. Maybe it's my service or whatever, but it seems like there won't be any comments, and then all of a sudden, it'll bring in a block of like 10 or 12 of them all at once. No, I get it, Justin. I was just messing with you, man. I'm busy myself all the time. You saw that. I was probably 25 minutes late getting in here. So, I understand that I've got too many hobbies. I try to do too many things, and it usually ends up me being late somewhere, or everywhere. So, oh, did you, Paul? What'd you end up getting? Did you get that one you were wanting? I can't remember exactly what it was. Um, or did you get something else? I know you're a big Lawrence guy. Yeah, no kidding, Roger. I've been a busy man, not getting anything done. What's going on, Becca? Brandon, something tells me there's alcohol involved on that one, though. Yeah, Roger, I agree with you on that one. I would, I got done hunting this morning and I was going to go out for a little bit, but of course, then I got busy. Back to one of my other hobbies from the summer. I've got a bunch of junk cars sitting around from derbies, and my buddy was available with the tractor to load it up or load one of them up. So I had to get it loaded and get it hauled to the junkyard. So it's always something. I'm thinking next year I might drop a hobby or two. Brandon, the most I've ever won on a lottery ticket or even a group of lottery tickets is like $20. I'm probably the unluckiest guy. Well, not the unluckiest guy, but one of them. At least when it comes to lottery tickets. You drop bowling, yeah. Well, so my thing, in the summer I've got derbies, round track races, fishing, um, and those all three kind of. What's going on, Cameron? Those all three take up quite a bit of time and money. So I'm kind of thinking as far as the derbies go, I'm gonna focus on in the winter, kind of build me one really good car that will hopefully last a little bit, so I don't have to build 3 or 4 of them in the summer, like I've done in the past, and hopefully that'll get me a little bit more fishing time. But we'll see. So what's going on, Stan? Hey, no problem, man. I had a blast last night. Uh, I can't believe, like, I forget how long I was on there for, but it seemed like an hour, and it was like 4 or 3.5 or something. So wow, that's awesome. Whoa, see, there goes that chat like I was talking about. 8 of them came in at once. The best I've done at a casino was I went there, drank all night, played all night, and only spent $80. Well, see, Roger, as far as hunting goes, I've pretty much cut deer hunting out. I've always been a fan of pheasant hunting. I just never had a dog that, and for me, the dog is half the fun, watching the dog work and all that stuff. So when Shelby's dad kind of said, go hunt my dog or whatever, and I started working with him and getting him out in the field, and it's kind of I don't want to say speak or spiked my interest, but It's kind of let me be able to do more pheasant hunting, whereas before I had to wait till somebody else was going with a dog, because if not, you're just walking around the field with a shotgun. That kind of gets boring. See, that's my thing. All my hobbies take money. I don't make money on them. So catfish regulators, what's going on, man? Be careful. Don't run off the road. Yeah, Justin, see, that's the thing. Like in the past, even going with friends sometimes, I've kind of found myself being dog. And I mean, it's fun, don't get me wrong. But like I said, half the fun for me is just watching the dog work and be in his, I don't say natural environment, but be in his working environment, doing what they were bred to do. That's half the fun for me. Like today, I went out with her dad's dog, me and my buddy, and we hunted from probably like 8:30, 9 o'clock until 12:30, and we didn't even see the first bird. Which, as I was kind of talking last night, Ohio is all released birds. They're not, well, not all of them. Probably 90% released birds. The wild birds are few and far between, and they haven't released any where I hunt in like 2 weeks. So it was kind of a far fetched thing anyway. But we went out, got the dog some practice, and it was fun watching him work and do his thing, even though we didn't get anything. So that's right. That's right. You're Garmin. My bad. My bad. So what ended up happening in that unit? I know it quit working, but I mean, did the computer or whatever in it just fry, or what ended up happening to it? Because I'm just saying, I know you're not a hummingbird guy, but I've got some really old hummingbirds that still work. Yeah, I try not to use my graph a whole lot because I know the more I use it, the more I want to upgrade it and the more I want to spend on it. So if I just don't look at it, then I feel like I won't want to upgrade it as much. Out of sight, out of mind. But they definitely make things easier when it comes to, hey Ryan, what's going on, man? When it comes to, I mean, really anything. The biggest thing, hey Lee, what's going on? Uh, the biggest thing for me with graphs, obviously your depth, and even then, sometimes it's too late. Isn't that right, Roger? But the depth and then the speed is probably the two big. Which I mean, that's not the graph part of it, but fish finder. Uh, the depth and the speed is the two biggest things I use. But yeah, Roger. I mean, I don't have anything fancy. I've got a really old hummingbird that I really don't even use. It's just there. Then I have my Helix 5 with down imaging. It doesn't have the side imaging, but the down imaging is pretty nice. Yeah, Brandon, you did that thing. I haven't seen it in person yet, but from the pictures you've sent me and what you've told me about it, yeah, that's a nice one. See, Roger, I like keeping mine the same just for the fact that so I've had three, maybe four hummingbirds in my life, and all all four of the mounts for the transducers and stuff have all been the same. The wires they didn't change, so you can pretty much just move everything a lot easier than you would, because like I moved um, my fish finder that was on the console. I moved it up to the front, and then I put my newer one on the console. Then when I got my Helix 5, I used it, for crappie fishing and stuff down in Mississippi. Like Ryan just said on there, finding bait, throwing off the front. So I ended up moving the Helix 5 to the front and the older one to the console. But now that older one's kind of, I mean, it works. But what's going on outdoors, Jesse? But the older one, it kind of has some issues here and there. And I mean, it's like 20 years old, probably. It's old. So what I want to do eventually, I'm not saying my initial plan was this year, but it might be next year now. I don't know. I want to leave my Helix 5 where it's at. And I want to get like a 7 or a 9 and put it on the console. But we will see what happens. You talking about that new hummingbird that just came out, Roger? Because I saw on Facebook or something they just came out like this week with a brand new one, maybe last week. Transducer shorted out. Yeah, I'm kind of like, who was that? Justin said that. Let me scroll back up. Yeah, it was Justin. I'm kind of the same way, man. Like I said, I use it for depth a lot. I use it for speed when I'm dragging the bottom. But really, that's about it. And I don't want to say, that I don't use it to, try to mark fish or whatever. But I've kind of quit paying attention to it. One, because I don't think I have it dialed in 100% right. So sometimes I think it marks fish that aren't really there, or it doesn't mark fish that are there, And I fish a lot of shallow water too. So, the cone isn't that big to where it's going to pick up a lot of. Oh, you're talking about Garmin? My bad. See, Ryan, that's kind of what I'm talking about, man. I can't read them that well. So when I pull up on a spot, I'll just start fishing it. And all right, yeah, that's the one I was talking about. What's going on, Betty? Brandon, both of you, one of you, whoever you are. But yeah, depth and speed are my two big things when it comes to depth finder. Hey, Katie, what's going on? Ryan, but to kind of like, yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say, Roger. Okay, always Betty. I thought it was. I couldn't remember. Um, yeah, sometimes that's that 2D sonar or whatever you want to call it. At least on my little 5-inch graph, sometimes it's kind of hard to tell what it's thinking is a fish and what's a log or a tree, whatever laid down on the bottom. So I'm sure they got graphs out there. If you spend enough money, they're kind of dummy proof. But my little cheap, I don't know, 5 to 10 year old outdated stuff, it's kind of hard for me to read. Yeah, I've used Navionics before. Um, if I'm fishing out of the back and I can't see the graph in the front, I'll pull up Navionics real quick just to make sure I'm going how fast I want to or whatever. But having a depth finder with GPS definitely helps. Definitely helps. Yeah, Navionics is awesome. I know people have talked about it in here for a long time and quite a bit. So I'm not going to go into it, really any more in depth. But it's, for what I think was $25 for a year or something like that. All the stuff you can do from the boat, and even all the stuff you can do from home. I'm constantly sitting at the house looking at lakes I've fished for years, just trying to figure out, okay, what's this here that I didn't know was here before, or, where's another spot I can go to fish, something like that. Brandon, you and me both. My thing with the live scope, so how many times have you guys been out there fishing, whether it's crappie, catfish, bass, whatever, and you're just marking fish after fish after fish on your depth finder, and they're not biting, you know? Now, I know live scope's a little bit different. You can kind of see their reaction. I'll watch some of the live scope videos, especially with crappie. You know, you can sit down and watch the fish, and you drop a jig down, and he's not interested, but you just keep, jigging in front of him, and eventually, whether it, just aggravates him to death or he decides it, looks good finally, and he'll bite it. But I just can't see spending $3,000 or $2,500, whatever it is, to potentially watch fish swim around on your depth finder and not catch them. So it's $15 now. I got ripped off. See, Roger, if I stay off the river, I don't need that. And yeah, probably when Chris put a hook in it, I'd say I probably finished her off. I didn't even know it was on a website. But yeah, regardless, $15, $25 free, it's worth it. Oops. Refreshing the link real quick in case anybody wants to jump in. Yeah, that's what I use more than anything is the mobile app. Well, that's all I use is the mobile app. But it's came in handy plenty of times. I found things, like I said, fishing lakes I fished for years, but you just look at it on Navionics and, your zoom level even will show you different things. I know one time, and it ended up not paying off. It was like I'll say a river channel, but I'm not really sure if it was an actual river channel, but it was a channel that kind of ran between an island and a point or whatever. And it was probably, I want to say, about 8 foot deeper than everything around it. And I couldn't see it really if I was zoomed all the way in. At least it didn't catch my eye. Or if you were zoomed way out, you couldn't see it. But one night I was fishing and I was kind of close to it. And I just happened to be looking at my Navionics. And I was at the right zoom level where, I looked at it and it was plain as day right then. So I ended up fishing it. And like I said, I didn't catch anything. But that's crazy. $1,000 off on Black Friday. Still out of my price range, but see, that's more my style. 600. They were running a deal on the Helix, I think sevens last summer. I think they were like $399, which I know they've got, the Helix 12, 15, 18, 20, 27 out now. So the Helix 7's kind of outdated, but yeah, 600 for a 9-inch isn't bad. I wouldn't know what to do with a 9-inch screen on my boat. Yeah, Roger, that was an awesome show. I missed tonight, man. You did a good job. No, I'm gonna go back and watch it. I just had a lot going on. Yeah, man, go watch Chunky. I'm sure he's over catching fish or getting ready to catch fish, something like that. Yeah, if not, he's got the light show going on. 7 inch on a kayak. That that's probably pretty. I won't say it's overkill, but it's uh probably looks pretty big, sitting on a kayak. See you, Ryan. We'll probably still be here. I don't know if my laptop's 12 inches. Chunky just caught a 28-pounder, blue cat. I've seen some videos on that mega imaging. It's out of my price range, but from what I've seen, it's probably worth the money. Definitely probably worth the money. Yeah, you do. I don't know what's going on. Shelby got home and he was in here for a minute, and then I'm assuming she put him back in his cage. I don't know if she left or what she's got going on. But yeah, he's upset. Blue cat. That's what I figured. He catches quite a few of those. Oh, Brandon, I wouldn't say it'll take no time at all, and the technology is going to be ridiculous. Bass guys, catfish, crappie, whatever. These boats are going to be coming equipped with TVs on them. No, I'm mad at that dog. He don't want to listen. Yeah, Brandon, I'd say that's with everything though. You know, these phones, computers, the technology in your vehicles. Technology is great until it doesn't want to work, and then it's a curse. I'm not me. He just needs to learn how to listen. But I'm gonna have to go back and watch that show, Roger. I was excited about it, especially after you took 3 weeks off, which I understand why, but uh, so the Altera, is that the one that has the auto stow and deploy, or is that the Tarova? Because I've heard a lot of guys have a lot of trouble with the auto deploy and the auto stow. How'd you pull that off? So that the Altera is the one that has auto deploy and stuff. Have you had any trouble out of it? And I could blow $1,600 in Bass Pro before I even walked in the door. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Brandon. I need to sign up for that. she wins these clickers and these rods and who knows what else. Then she profits $1,500 at Bass Pro. I don't know. There's something fishy going on there. Yeah, I can imagine that, man. Yeah, the closest I've came to that, I was loading my boat one night, and I've been trolling all night long. I think I even trolled up to the ramp. I forget, but I was tired, and I went to load the thing up, and I'm pretty sure it was either way earlier this year or last year, um, and I don't think I hit my trailer. I think I caught it right before I hit my trailer, but it was almost bad. I was almost buying another $1,200 trolling motor. That's not even couponing. That's theft. All right. When you're profiting $1,500 or saving 15, well, however you want to look at it, that's theft. Yeah, it's more than enough. $1,000. It was a digital key. Okay, but I don't understand. How does this work? I need to know this stuff. I'm a poor boy. I need the help I can get. Right. Yeah, I mean, that wind, it's going to put you where it wants you. I don't care, unless you're super prepared and ready for it. That's what I'm saying, Roger. I don't understand. I don't get it. It's got to be theft or hacking or something. Something illegal's going on. That's for sure. But no, I don't believe it. No. Coupons expire. How are you going to say it's years of couponing? That don't make sense. I'm not buying it. But those Minn Kotas are tough, Buckeye. I've got the let me think here. Um, the autopilot, and smarter than I am at least. But yeah, I've got the autopilot. I've bounced off plenty of rocks, stumps, docks, almost a trailer, and knock on wood, it's still going. So I almost bought a new one. I was thinking long and hard about it this summer. I was going to go to the uh, let's see, I got a 55-pound thrust autopilot. So I was upgrading to the, I think it's 80-pound thrust maybe. But I forget what it was called. Oh, the iPilot. That's what it was. I was going to get the iPilot, and then at the last second, I changed my mind because $1,400 is a lot to spend, so I didn't. But hey, Steven, what's going on? Mark, how you doing, man? That's awesome, man. Yeah, yeah. Us cat fishermen, we're tough on stuff. Cat fishermen and women. Sorry, I'm not trying to get yelled at. Mark, I'm doing all right. I'm a little tired. Up too late last night and up too early this morning, but we're gonna we're gonna see what happens, man. Like I was talking about before you jumped on here, and I think you might have been on there for it last night when I was talking about going live tonight and just talking about catfishing, whatever comes up, and then tomorrow night, I was gonna bring some people on chat with me. People can ask questions, whatever. Do some small channel promoting. But then I realized that Thursday is Thanksgiving, and I'll be getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not going live tomorrow night. So tonight we're just going to do it all at once. And if somebody wants to come on screen and hang out, chat, answer questions, promote their channel, whatever. I posted a link in here before. I can post it again. So yeah, like I said last night, if it lasts for an hour, cool. If it lasts for 4 hours, cool. As long as people are here and having fun, we'll stay on. But I'm tired too, so if people want to go to bed, we'll go to bed. But if you guys want to stay up, I've got energy drinks, I got coffee. We'll do whatever. Thanks, Stan, man. It was nice finally getting, like you said last night, it was nice, to finally get to talk to you face to face, I guess. And kind of, I won't say put a face with the name because I've watched your videos and stuff, but it was nice to be able to talk without having to do this. Yeah, Roger. Brandon's not too far from me. Probably. What do you think, Brandon? Probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the max. Maybe 20 with traffic. I still can't get over that. What were you on there for last night? 5 hours, Stan? 15 tops. Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, that 5 hours flew by. It seemed like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, you and me both. Um, I was coming back. I'm not sure if Paul's still on here, but I was fishing with him and his son probably. Let's see, this is in November. It was probably 2 months ago, and that lead foot got me in trouble. I was almost home, and it was 4:30 in the morning. I was getting kind of tired, and that lead foot kicked in, and I hit a deer. So yeah, it did stand. It flew by. Like I said, hour and a half tops is what I thought. When I looked up in the corner and saw, 5 hours or 4.5 hours, I was like, "There's no way." So yeah, Stephen. It was nice, getting a chance to talk to Stan and get a chance to talk to some of his subscribers that I, don't know. I met some, pretty cool people on there last night. Catfishing Cameron, whatever it was. Uh, Regulators. Who else was it? Becca, who was on here a minute ago. So yeah, I must not have been around when that went down, um, because I don't know about it. But yeah, I mean, there's enough people from Ohio. There's enough people in chat right now from Ohio that it'd be worth a meetup, let alone the people that aren't in chat. So yeah, I'd definitely be down for that. Buckeye, you don't know anybody. That's because you just hang out and in the background and talk on people's chats, being all creepy. Yeah, absolutely. And I was surprised how many people stay up late with us. I mean, I guess we do catfish. People catfish at night. I guess it kind of makes sense, but I don't know. We were on pretty late, which like we were talking about last night, the time zone kind of has an effect on that, I'm sure. So, gotta sleep. Gotta sleep. Well, I hope you get your truck fixed, man. That's never good when it's down. Well, I need a green screen for you. You don't like to look at my rods in the corner? You're good, Roger. Were you on the other line or the other live? No, Skip, I was late. You were on time. I think you were the first one in here. You were on time. I was late. I'm sure there's quite a few lives going on right now. I'm looking at 5 YouTube logos in my notification bar. I think some of those are kind of from earlier today, but still. Yeah, there's several live. I figured, like I said, I know Chunky's live. I know Palmetto is. I don't know if anybody else was or not, but like I said, 5 YouTube symbols. There's probably quite a few people live. But yeah, I'm in for the meet and greet. And Brandon, I couldn't figure out how to copy and paste the guest link. So you really think that I'm gonna be able to work a green screen? Chunky DMV Palmetto has 3 stream notifications. Yeah, so what's he doing? Is he taking like, a couple hour breaks from the live stream? Because I saw he's got, part 1, 2, and 3. Muskrats fishing Friday. Awesome. All the cool kids are in here. I mean, yeah, I don't have any disagreement there. Oh, is that what it is? He has to. So is he like ending one and getting on the next one? Like I said, I watched his this morning, but I haven't. I didn't see how he was, kind of running that. All right, Mark. Thanks for stopping by, man. Right, no, that makes sense. See, Brandon, I don't know this stuff, and you want me to get a green screen? No, too much. I don't go live from the house that much anyway. Usually, if I'm live, I'm fishing. Really, the only reason I went live tonight is because you, me, Stan, Josh from One Ton were talking about it. So that's the only reason I'm even live from the house right now. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be live. Well, that's good to know, Roger. I had no idea. My longest video is like 20 minutes, and that's because my editing wasn't that good, and it was my confirmed personal best channel cat, and I had 2 different GoPros going different angles, and instead of kind of chopping them up, you know, I guess flip flopping camera angles, I kind of let one camera angle play all the way through, then the other one play all the way through, so it was like 20 minutes or something. Um, but most of my videos are probably, I mean, my lives obviously aren't, but most of my videos that I actually sit down and edit, I try to keep under like, I don't know, 10 minutes usually. But yeah, Brandon, let me know. I know we've been talking for 2 months now, trying to get fishing somewhere. Um, so let me know. I'm sure there'll be some days in December where uh, we can get out and do some fishing as long as you're up for it and you're good. Yeah, Roger, where you fishing at Friday? Buckeye will come in and fish right behind you. So Buckeye, I know I gave you some hard times about that, but obviously I'm just messing with you. But I gotta know, was that planned when you saw my notification that I was gonna be live from Rocky Fork, or did you just happen to be there when I was there? Yeah, I remember you said you were mapping that day, but I didn't know if you went out there just to mess with me or if you were already going. Oh, you had it planned already. Okay, I got you. Like I said, I didn't care either way. I'm just giving you a hard time. Did you get anything, Paul? Yeah, I've been down there with Paul and Chris from Slime Action. I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 times in the last couple months. Um, the last probably 2 or 3 weeks, I haven't really been fishing. Um, but here probably the next week or two, I'm gonna get back after it again. And this isn't my set in stone plan, but what I'm kind of thinking right now is I'm gonna fish through December, and then January and February, I might take some time off and just get caught up on some stuff around the house. I mean, all my fishing stuff's in this room I'm in right now, and it's trashed. Uh, all my hunting stuff is in the room next door, and it's trashed. So the backyard's trashed with cars. I just need to get stuff cleaned up around here. So I'm thinking January and February I might take off. Um, but we'll see. If I get invited out on somebody else's boat or something, I might go. But as far as me getting my boat out and planning the trip and all that stuff, the plan is to take January and February off. Just kind of reboot a little bit, get some things caught up around the house. That way, March, April, and on, I can really hit it hard again. But we'll see. I might not end up fishing again until January and February, and then start just fish all year. So I don't really know. Brandon, my best tip for keeping shad alive so long, I know you're talking to Roger, but my best tip is don't care if they live or not. I was at Caesars Creek a couple years ago, and I was hoping to do a lot better, but I only got one shad, and I was like, man, I'm not firing up the bait tank for this. So I literally threw it in the back of my truck, which, Brandon, you know how far Caesars Creek is from my house. I was at the campground, so probably 10, 12 minutes. I drove home, and I was just going to freeze it. And I dropped the tailgate, and in the back of my truck was a live shad. And I'm sure that probably most of you guys won't believe me, but I promise that's the truth. Oh, here I go again. Yeah, Cameron, I'm assuming you're talking about what I was saying. Man, so March, April, and May was some of the best fishing that I've done. Well, probably in my life, really. Um, it was awesome. Cause usually I was talking about earlier my derby cars and stuff. I'm usually building derby cars in the spring, so I'm not fishing really until end of May, June, July, stuff like that. But with this virus going around, most of the derbies got canceled, so I started fishing, end of March, early April, and I'm not gonna miss that ever again. That spring bite for me was better than the fall bite. I've also fished more. I'll give it that. Yeah, yeah, my stuff's a mess, dude. It's bad. I've got my throw nets in here, out, not even in the boat anymore. My planer boards are in here. I've got tackle boxes stacked up. My rain gear's hanging out of the bag. My ring light, my GoPros and stuff are all scattered around. It's terrible. So you can't get too much knowledge or map enough, like Justin's saying. I haven't really. Okay, so Steven, uh, I think you've been in chat or somewhere heard. It's me and Shelby and her dad and two of his buddies, um, and they go down there. They've been down in the spring a couple times, and then also obviously in the fall. I'm kind of wanting to go down in the spring just because the fish are full of eggs. You got that better chance of the 3-pounder. But at the same time, when you're driving 11 hours one way, the spring's unpredictable as far as water level, rain, storms, all that stuff goes. So I hate to get all the way down there, and not that I won't fish in the rain, but I'd much rather fish in, sunny blue sky, not maybe not the perfect conditions where it's perfect temperature, perfect blue sky, because the fishing's not as good in my opinion. But obviously I want to fish. I want to stay dry, but I'll fish in the rain if I have to. But I think the plan is to come down in the fall again next year. So um, we'll see. Like I said, I like to come down in the spring. I'm not sure it's going to happen, at least not this year. But within the next couple of years, I'll be down in the spring. So I hope that kind of answers your question. Probably the fall, probably fall 2021. Yeah, and Cameron, when you start landing bigger fish, maybe this is just me, but when you start landing bigger fish and you start being able to re uh, redo isn't the word I'm looking for, but I can't think of the right word. So when you can redo exactly what you've been doing and recreate the situation and stuff, and keep producing those results, uh, you know, like you said, you can kind of get a pattern going until the fish move, and they will. But that's why, at least with me, when I get them figured out, I'll fish every day, just because I don't want to lose that pattern. Because when that pattern changes, at least in my opinion, it could be a bait change, it could be a depth change, a speed change, a location change, and it could be small or it could be drastic. So when I find them and I'm on them, I try to stay on them. Brendan, what's going on, buddy? Justin, it is totally worth it. We had a bad trip down there. Um, we were because I don't know if you've ever been down there before or not. I'm assuming the way you worded that, you haven't been. But everybody kind of spider rigs down there, and you just have boats with rods out like this, just going past each other. 5, 10, 20 feet apart. So everybody's talking, and I get that people lie, but we ran into multiple guides down there and just other people out there fishing, and everybody we're talking to, had like 4 or 5 keepers after a whole day of fishing. So the bite wasn't on when we were down there, but we got down there the day after the one of the hurricanes hit this year. I can't remember exactly which one it was, but when we got minnows the first day, that Friday morning, the guy at the bait. So uh, the 2 people in front of me bought minnows, and then I bought literally the last minnow that was at both of the 2 bait shops we went to. And anyway, they said it'd been raining for 36 hours straight, and I don't know, the fishing wasn't the best. It was still a great trip. It was still fun, but it just, I don't know, it was a tough bite. All right, Steven, appreciate you dropping in, man. Justin, use as many rods as you want, man. Just don't get caught. I'm just kidding. I don't know the river at all. Yeah, Brandon, it was crazy. I don't know if you've ever been down that way, but the lakes kind of stay muddy down there anyway. It's kind of weird. So it really didn't affect the stain of the water. It was muddy anyway, but just that that bunch of rain after not having a lot of rain, and then just probably the pressure, the wind, all that good stuff from a hurricane going through. It just I don't know the Friday Friday I caught one blue cat and that was it. And Shelby caught a 14-inch crappie and that was it. Then Saturday, I don't think I caught anything, man. I struggled bad. I was actually getting pretty frustrated. She caught probably like 10 or 12 fish. I might have caught one or two. But it was bad. And then Sunday, the bite kind of so something we noticed the shad just like up here, your inch to 2-inch shad. When we were loading the boat on Saturday night, it was probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock. It was just getting pretty dark to where you couldn't hardly see a whole lot. And you look across the lake and you could have walked across the water on shad. And when we fished Sunday, the bite was a lot better. And then when we were leaving again about the same time, you looked out there and the shad were gone. So I don't know if they pushed down deeper or what it was, but I can only assume that the shad had something to do with the bite, whether the crappie were eating them or if because the white bass down there, I mean, they run in packs. I'm talking 20, if Steven was on here, he could probably give you a little more factual information, but I'm saying probably 20, 30 fish, and they're, big. But I don't know if they had the crappie stirred up or what was going on, but Sunday, the bite was actually a little bit better. So yeah, Alabama Lake Weiss, rod tips 12 inches at boat pass. You talking about crappie fishing, Roger? I'm assuming. I don't know. I know Shelby's dad and his buddies before they started going to Mississippi, they would go to Lake Weiss, and that's what they said. They said it was bad. They said everybody would be fishing the coves. You'd pull out on the main lake and think there's nobody fishing, and you go hit a cove, and every boat in that area of the lake was in that cove. Mississippi is a 4-rod limit, but so Ohio is 3 hooks per line or per rod, however you want to say it. Mississippi's only 2, so 4 rods, 2 hooks per rod. And yeah, Roger, it's kind of changed my fishing up here. Like I know after Mississippi, I went up to Sandusky Bay, and I try to be a respectful fisherman. I try not to get up in somebody's business, but I think we were talking. I think you've been up to Sandusky Bay. I know Skip has. People fish the same spots, and you're looking at 6 boats in a line, and I just drove 3 hours. I'm not going to fish somewhere that's mediocre, so I'll get right in there with them. So Roger, let me ask you this: when you fish Lake Weiss for crappie, or are you saying, hold on, are you saying you don't fish it? Yeah, the coves were loaded. So did you fish Lake Weiss for crappie? And if you did, what'd you use for bait? I'm just curious. Not yet. So, and this was probably 8 years ago, but talking to Shelby's dad, when they went down to Lake Weiss, the crappie down there are vegetarians. They won't eat minnows. It's all, you know, jigs, grubs, all that good stuff. So just a little tip. Can the lake sustain that heavy of fishing? What lake you talking about, Brandon? Lake Weiss, I'm assuming. Yes, Dan, I'll share it again. Hang on. Let me remember how. Well, maybe. It won't let me paste it. There we go. We fish coves for crappie pull jigs. Blue was hot. But yeah, I've got a buddy from Mississippi on Facebook, and he fishes Sardis, and he was using blue this year, and he was tearing them up on blue. Not yet for Sandusky. We'll have to get up there, man. You know, I know you fish with a lot of other people, so if somebody else beats me to it, you know, that's absolutely fine. But if not, my next trip up there, I'll get a hold of you. It's an awesome fishery, man. Anybody in Ohio that hasn't fished it, I highly recommend it. It's awesome. And from what everybody tells me, the 2 trips I've taken up there haven't even been in prime, you know, prime fishing conditions. So everybody says the spring's better, and I've been up in the summer both times. So next year I'm gonna go up there in the spring. I'm hoping to go up. I'm hoping to talk Shelby into going up for my birthday and spend the weekend up there and fish 2 days. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, he kind of does. He quit now. Shelby's back in the house or home. I don't know. Yeah, he's. I mean, he's a good dog. He just kind of frustrates me sometimes. He doesn't want to listen when you call him. In the house, he will, but you get him outside, some distractions around, and he doesn't want to listen. So I don't know what's up with him. And potty training, you know, I've had quite a few dogs. I've been around people who've had dogs. It's the hardest dog to potty train I've ever seen in my life. You want prime time? Yeah, so do I, man. So I've seen videos and pictures and heard stories of 20+ pound channels. Not that they're not around here, you know, down in Southern Ohio, but from what everybody's saying, they're way, way more abundant up there. And I've seen 100 fish days. Now, when I've been up there, so I went up, I want to say it was late June, the first time I went up, and we caught 33 fish. I caught nothing but channel cats. And they were all, I mean, you know, 5 to 8 pound range. We had a couple that were pushing 10, but nothing, you know, nothing hit 11. So I went up the second time, September, like very, you know, it was either like the last couple of days of August or the first couple of days of September, I forget. And we went up there and we caught 30 channel cats, and we caught 3 white bass. No, I'm sorry, 2 white bass and a drum. And the biggest fish that time was a 13 pounder. But the average was a little bit smaller that time. There wasn't quite as many, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 pound fish. It was more your 5, 4, 3 pound fish. But yeah, Justin, I saw you said you were wanting to go up there too. I've got 2 of the guides that fish up there on Facebook, just kind of following around, following along, watching what's going on. And you know, end of April, early May seems to be the prime time the last couple of years. Well, he won't go to the potty, silly. Yeah, at this point in time, I'm starting to think it'd be easier to potty train him on the actual pot than it would be going outside. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Roger, it's crazy, man. Because like the first time I went up there, you know, I've heard all these stories of 100 fish days, and I go up there and catch 33 fish, and I'm like, you know, okay, that's awesome. You know, maybe 100 fish is exaggerating, maybe it's not, I don't know. But regardless, the 33 fish, or yeah, they have 33 fish, you know, in one day. and we didn't even fish that long. We fished from 8 to 4, which that's a good solid day. But it's not like we were up there for sun up to sundown. So yeah, 33 fish, man. We came off the water. We were so excited, and there was a guy sitting at the boat ramp in his truck, older guy, and he was like, "How'd you guys do?" And I was loading the boat, so Shelby went over and talked to him, and she's like, "Oh yeah, we caught 33. Biggest was 10 or whatever, blah blah blah." And the guy's like, "Man, that sucks." And she's like, "What do you mean it sucks?" And he's like, "The bite's off right now." He said, "It's been a terrible catfish bite here lately." And if 33 fish is a bad bite, I'll fish there every day of my life. Well, it sounds like all you guys have friends up there, so let's just move up there and fish Sandusky Bay every day, huh? There you go, buddy. I'm glad you're not driving anymore. I know right now the deer are moving like crazy out here, so I'm probably a little more safer watching at home. Really? My buddy was talking about moving up there, and he's got a nice pontoon boat, and he's like, I told my wife if we end up moving up there, he said, I'm running the guide service, and he was talking about walleye. I was like, man, screw that. I was like, keep that pontoon boat. You don't have to buy a new boat or anything. I was like, go guide for catfish. But he ended up not moving, so that works out too. Well, did it work? Stan's trying to come in here. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see me moving. I don't know what it is about Ohio. I mean, probably just the fact I've lived here my whole life. But I don't know. I like it. Wow. Excuse me. I like it here. So I'll probably be fishing old Ohio my whole life. What's going on, Stan?
Hey,
How long were you hanging out there before I
not
noticed you?
bad. You did good. You did good for your first for the first live stream. I appreciate
Oh,
you.
did it, Roger? Oh, no problem, man. Sorry I didn't. I just happened to look down and it said 1. I was like, oh crap. But
Well, last night you heard Rebecca saying that I left her suffocating in the basement. That's what she was talking about. The 1 is there. It says guest at the bottom of the screen.
right,
You don't see that little number. You don't have no idea that nobody's there.
right, yeah. And I
Especially
mean, really, there's I don't want to say there's no need to look down there because obviously there is. You were hanging out down there, but it just something I'm not used to looking for, I guess. So
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Especially with this being your first like live stream from the home where you're putting other people up on the screen. It's
right,
not something you're used to, so.
right. Looks like Tim Molina's joined in here. What's going on, man?
Hey, Tim, thank you for coming in.
Roger says, "Hey, Stan. I'm not sure if you can read chat. I know I was trying to bounce back and forth last night, so if anybody says anything directly towards you, I'll make sure I kind of
I
say it
appreciate
so
that.
you're not jumping back and forth."
Yeah, I didn't have the I didn't bring the laptop back down with me, but yeah, when you're a guest on StreamYard, when you're the second person, unless you
Right.
have a second device, it's kind of hard. You can't see chat.
Right. Yeah. I guess I could kind of do like you were and put it up on screen too. See, I figured I can do that too because, like we were talking last night, 9 times out of 10, trolling motor, rods, lights, all this. I don't have time to mess with chat. I just read it when I can.
Hey, but man, it was a great show last night. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being up there for almost 5 hours, I guess. It was crazy. And it seemed like we had just started talking. The same thing you were saying, like you were talking to Brandon for a couple minutes, you thought, and it was like 6 hours later.
Right.
that was awesome to get to talk to you last night, face to face, if so, let's say. But you see the people in the videos and you hear their voices and it's that person, but to actually once you actually talk to them on screen, it's just a totally different experience. And it was awesome. I had a great time last night.
Yeah, me too. It was fun. I haven't done a whole lot of lives, fishing, talking, anything like that in a while. So it was nice to, get back to it a little bit. And like I said, I don't know if you were on here yet, but, Regulators is down there. He's the bottom comment right now. But, not only him, Becca and Catfish Cameron or Catfishing Cameron, just meeting those new guys.
Awesome. Yeah, they are on my streams a lot. So that was awesome. Yeah, and Catfish Regulators, he used to be Aaron. I can't remember the last name, but he just started putting videos up and stuff. So
it's
amazing.
I'm pretty sure.
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I subscribed to Catfish Regulators when I got off the stream last night, but I might have to go ahead and double check that tonight, especially if he's got videos coming out, But
yeah,
I think I got him last night. We'll have to check.
It's crazy how our little family is just like, and it's the same type of people. We're all the same. We all have the same thoughts. We all have the same. I mean, we could be Ohio, Kentucky, Virginia, further out west, down south. It doesn't matter where we're from. We all have that same. We just love fishing. We love talking about fishing and catfishing, especially. And I mean, you saw last night how it would drop down a few, and boom, 5 or 6 more people come in. Then it dropped down a few. I mean, what was it? 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. That's about what time. Yeah, I think it was like 2:30 is about what time I got off. But yeah, I mean, am I tired right now? Was I tired this morning? Absolutely. But was it worth it? Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it was. I felt bad when you said about you had to leave to go out hunting for 2 hours, but I was like, man, that was a lot of fun, and I hope he's okay in the morning when he wakes up. But
yeah, I'm all right. So.
It was a total blast, man. It was different people. You see different, just like you said, with everybody's got their own. Even just starting out, I got 100 and something subs. Charge. There you go, Brandon. I appreciate that, and I know you're good friends with Derek's there, and I've seen you in everybody's chat out there. That's awesome. And but like you said, we've got our own little groups and stuff, and when we start intermingling or going together, you get the couple people coming in from somebody else's group, and they're talking to somebody else, and it's just crazy how it grows. Like I said, I'm almost 150 subs a couple months in, and almost 150 subs a couple months in, and without that wasn't even my thought coming in. I didn't even think about subs. It was just I found this group. I enjoyed everybody, so I'm like, damn, I want to do that. So I started doing it, and the next thing you know, it's like I got a follow, and it's like, holy crap, where did that come from?
Yeah, and I don't know if you were in here. I know last night we were talking about, I was talking about going live tonight, and then again tomorrow, and kind of doing like a different game plan both nights. But like I said earlier in the live, I was talking about just doing it tonight because I forgot Thanksgiving is Thursday, and I get up early and all that stuff. So and kind of going along with what you were saying, my plan tonight. I mean, it would be awesome if we could just keep bringing people in here as far as the viewer count goes and new channels and all that stuff. But if people don't want to, that's fine too. We can just, you and me can talk. I can talk. You can talk. I don't care what goes down.
Hey, last night we didn't have competition. We got some stiff competition tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not trying to say I'm disappointed by any means. But I just, like what you were saying, the catfishing communities helped me out so much. And I picked a bad night to do it, but since we were talking about it, if I talk about it, I'm gonna be about it. So I was like, well, I talked about going live. I'm going to do it anyway. And so, anybody that I can help out, like I said, if you're in here now and you weren't earlier and you're a small channel, go click that link and come in here. We'll get you guys, as many subs as we can and get some support going. But
yeah, man. Go ahead.
I was say before Justin ends up going to bed or something, since I waited so long. So I pheasant hunt a lot of Fallsville, out toward New Vienna. I also here recently have started pheasant hunting Caesars Creek, Spring Valley area. State ground, kind of around the area. But Friday, I don't know if you know where Killdeer Plains is, but it's like 2 hours away. Shelby's dad kind of volunteered me to go with him on Friday, so we're gonna go up there for the first time. But I just hunt, state ground, usually local around me, where they do releases at. So. You gonna be at Fallsville on Thanksgiving Day, Justin?
Yeah, Brandon, it's crazy how and it just goes to show what a small world it is. Like you start noticing people that are like in your area. And yeah, like I said, I told Derek last night, and I'm sure you heard it. Like already seen a couple people from like Facebook. I started seeing a couple people from like Facebook that I talked to and left messages back and forth with on Facebook, and I'm seeing them at the river already. So I'm sure YouTube is going to be the next thing. Especially, I said to them, "Well, I do YouTube things," and they're like, "Oh, that's cool. I'll be looking for you." I gave them the thing, so.
Yeah, it's really cool. You meet somebody that you talk to on Facebook or YouTube or whatever. It hasn't happened to me a whole lot. I think 2 times, maybe 3. I can't remember. But it's cool. It's a cool thing. Just getting out there and meeting new people and hanging out with new people, learning new tactics, gear, rigs, all that good stuff. So yeah, Roger, I've been paying attention a little bit. I've kind of seen it fluctuating a little bit here and there. But like we were talking about last night when I kind of finally made my mind up that I was going to go live tonight. I'm not one that goes live from the house. Nothing against anybody that does. I mean, obviously people like it, or there wouldn't be 50 people or 40 people in chat Monday through Friday, or really Saturday and Sunday too. But just me personally, I like to be out on the boat fishing when I'm live. But it kind of seemed like talking to Stan and Brandon, and again, I'm bringing up Josh from One Ton. He's not even in here yet, but we were just talking about people that are addicted, I guess, and just have to talk about it and want to talk about it. So we're in here talking about it, and if people want to come in, then cool. If they want to watch people fishing, I don't blame them. So
One Ton might make their way over here. Josh and Art might make their way over here within the next little bit here, and LG Bass, I'm hoping.
Yeah, they're probably watching Chunky or DMV. I'd imagine. I see them on there all the time.
Oh yeah. But we're all of us are from the Virginia area, so we've become pretty good friends. Even though I'm like East Central Virginia, and they're out towards the southern western Virginia on Kerr Lake, which
Right.
Virginia, the whole big thing is it's the James River versus Kerr Lake, so that's kind of like the whole big the big fight in Virginia. It's kind of like the Ohio and Kentucky in the Ohio River area. So we're actually
you said it, the Ohio River.
Yeah. I guess Chad and Norman them ain't out here, right? So we're gonna go with the Ohio.
That's right. Yeah, I haven't seen Chad or Norm.
Yeah,
Like I
I
said,
said that.
I'm sure they're watching somebody fishing. I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, I said that the other night, and they were like, "You meant you said that you're supposed to be the other way around with the Kentucky taking over the."
Yeah, those are two more good guys.
But it's amazing how you get. It's like it seems like with catfishing, there's like certain areas. Creole being kind of like a lone thing. I can't believe there's not more Louisiana type. Because that's where originally I'm from, is from down there. That's why everybody sees me type in my Cajun brother Creole. That's what I grew up with. So that's kind of what you're taught. You almost do catfishing before you eat down there. Before you walk, you're taught how to catfish. So it's no surprise that Creole won the couples challenge with the catfishing, and like I said, you're taught catfishing before you're even walking down in Louisiana. But you got the Ohio, Kentucky area. You've got Virginia. You've got the DC area with Elston and DMV, and DC Metro and Baltimore Angler, and you've got the Carolinas with Santee Lake down there and all the tributaries off of there. It's just funny how you got these major areas, and that's like the majority of the people. You get the sporadic here and there, but it seems like the main areas have their own representatives in our kind of group here.
Yeah, 100%. Answering Brandon's question, I'm obviously I can't answer for everybody, but myself and a few people I've talked to, they all use phones, like, and I do too. I don't really know. Well, I think, doesn't DMV use a tablet?
He
Or doesn't
might.
he use a tablet to read chat or something like that?
No, you can see him whenever when he's live, he's got the one device, but he's over the 1,000 subs, so he's he's streaming through. But even if you're doing StreamYard, when like you can see the chat, me as your guest, I can't see it unless I have the second device, or like you were doing last night, trying to flip back and forth.
Yeah, I mean it kind of works. It's kind of a pain, but
I
Jesse said DMV used the tablet. So,
he might.
I would say I would say most people use a phone.
Myself, I'm just 100 and whatever subs, and I barely knew how to use a cell phone a few months ago, and I think we said that was my joke last night. I said, yeah, I was old school, so until I started doing YouTube, I didn't even have the Facebook or anything like that. So the whole social media and technology flew past me, a couple decades ago.
Yeah. I would like to see, I'm assuming it's a lot easier when you're streaming straight to YouTube versus going through StreamYard. I mean, obviously, like you were saying, I'm not at 1,000 either, so I don't know, but it would have to be easier, I would think.
I would think so. I mean, StreamYard for me, I've gotten very comfortable with it really quickly. Like last night, you saw I was even switching out of different modes on the screens, and so if it's even easier than StreamYard, that's awesome.
Yeah, I could be wrong. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, no, that's what people say. That's why they want to be, 1,000. Aside from being monetized, where they're actually making a little bit of money back from it, but
right. Well, I mean, who's going to complain about that?
and
everybody knows you're putting money into fishing, so get a little kickback.
The thing is, you don't realize it. I think everybody that's tried to go into the YouTube area, like everybody that fishes, you put money into it. You do your bait and you do this and that, but you start doing YouTube, and like I said, me coming from no technology, no, a lot of people already had the selfie sticks and all this other kind of. No, I had my phone and that was it. And my first, I did Mark. I was Mark from Catfish and Crappie. I was his first guest on his first show because somebody canceled on him in like a couple hours before the show. I said, well, nobody's going to want to talk to me, but Mark, if you want to guest just to help you get through the show, I'm more than happy to come on, and I don't mind talking for an hour or two. I can do that.
Yeah, or 5 or 13.
Yeah, whatever. But I had it propped up. I had my phone. I didn't have a holder. I didn't have none of that stuff. I just had it propped up. I propped it up on boxes, and it had cardboard underneath it, so it was trying to get in the right angle, and that's how I went and did the first live with Mark. And what an awesome dude he is. Just he knew it was my first live, so we were talking back and forth before the live started, and just amazing the where he's come for just a couple of months, how successful he's going with it.
Yeah, he's a good guy. So yeah, we'll answer this comment, and then I got a funny one too. But isn't Kerr Lake? Isn't that where the world record blue cat's from? Or
Yeah. I don't want to admit that because I fished the James River, which is the other big fishery in Virginia. But yeah, Kerr Lake is just flipping amazing.
Yeah. So Douglas, and I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name either because I'll probably mess it up. But that kind of goes along with this next comment, what Justin just said to you. Oh, why is it not coming up? There it is.
Say Mark's last name. Crappie.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's it, right? Catfish and Crappie. That's his last name.
That's right, Mark Crappie. Yeah, I've heard him say it, I think on chat before, or I mean not chat, but on a video before. He could probably sit here and say it right now, and I could repeat it.
Hell, I think Mark gets his own name wrong a couple times every week. So I don't know how the rest of us are going to get it right.
Like the theme of the song. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean my last name is no better. It's Zexer, so it gets mixed up.
I know a lot of people have. I know a lot of people have a problem with my last name. It's not, the easiest to say.
Yeah, I understand. It's pretty difficult.
It's between Smith and Jones as the most common name in America, but whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Back in the day, that was the big joke. Like, even if you had your ID, that you were, I'm old enough that like back then it was like the drinking age 18 and all that stuff. So you had your ID and it said Stan Smith. And they're like, oh yeah, really? Come on, what's the real name? What's the you expect that? I think this is real, Stan Smith. Really?
Yeah. Now everybody's talking about their last names. Brandon said his is only 5 letters. It's butchered all the time.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Enix. I can't remember. I might have just butchered it again. Justin, he said his is the same, or no, his isn't the same. Same here. Molodor, I believe, is that one. Brandon's working on his channel. It looks like getting some comments going. Yeah, I was going to comment on your video, Brandon, and it wouldn't let me. But I know I saw where you messaged me earlier saying you got that fixed.
Awesome. And Brandon got a few subscribers last night, I hope, right?
I would say he did. I sure did. I couldn't believe it. I was getting ready to go to bed, and for some reason, I guess I was kind of on like a high from being on live for 5 hours. So I sat on my phone for a couple minutes, and I've got that TubeBuddy app. I clicked on it, and I went from like, I don't know what I was at, but I went from the last I looked, I was like 421 or something. And I was at 4:30 when I looked last night. So I was like, wow, yeah, that's
Freaking
crazy.
awesome. Yeah, it was Catfish Cameron and I think
Catfish
Stephen.
regulators.
Yeah, Stephen Corley and yeah, that was awesome. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're amazing.
Becca.
And Becca, yeah, like I'm saying, I've only been a couple months. I do some lives on Sunday mornings. I got a video or two out there. And to have a following already that when you go live, they pop up on, it's just humbling. It's more than humbling. It's just like I talked about it last night that my son and I have been doing the Sunday morning things at 7 in the morning. It was a couple weeks ago where we were running a little late, and I didn't think nothing of it. We normally go 7. I started having messages come in. Hey, y'all all right? You going live today or what? I'm like, holy crap. Still
I know
not
what you mean.
not a big. I'm not whatever. And then normally Ace Catfish and I did we just started a month or so ago doing this same type of thing after Catfish Weekly, and I guess he had just gotten sick, so he didn't get a chance to text me or anything like that, and he wasn't on, so I'm like, well, no big deal. I'm just not going to bother because we were usually going live on his thing, but I started getting messages like not just one or two, like almost up to 10 messages. Hey, are you guys going on? Is Bait Shop Mafia going to be on tonight? I'm like, are you kidding me? What the hell is? I just had no. It just blew my mind that there was actually people that not that I don't appreciate it and understand it, but it was like, wow. I mean, it's just crazy that people were looking that much forward to it that they were actually messaging me, you're not on yet. And it was just like humbling, I just can't, the words can't describe the feelings that came in from that. So I came on and first thing I said was, all right, guys, I didn't expect this. We're just going to do a quick little live. And 13 hours later, there were still 20 some people in the chat. So
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Roger messaged me tonight. He was like, hey, man, what's going on? I was like, well, we're running a little late.
yeah,
But,
exactly my point. Yeah, it's like
yeah.
crazy.
I think Roger just did that so he could make fun of me, though, while I was on here.
That's why I would love to fish with. I would love to fish with him.
He's a good dude.
You see the lives that he's done with you and other people, and it's like that's what fishing, his shows. That's just when you picture your fishing buddy or you're just your friend. Even the lives just sitting there at his house. That's it. That's what you picture. At least for me, anyhow.
Right. Right. So, yeah, Doug, that's the same way here, man. If we share a last name, we're related. Let's see. Apparently, I got Justin's last name right. Maurice Kaysen is in here. What's going on, buddy?
Reese, thank you for coming in. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. A bunch of Hayes. The
Hayes,
catfishing
how are you
community is
tonight?
awesome. What is it?
Oh, the Hayes. I'm glad he came in.
Yeah, absolutely. Then he said the catfish community is awesome. Everyone tries to support you 100%. Here's kind of Brandon talking about the same thing. He's making some LED lights for me right now. Actually, I think he's done with them, but he got his. That's what kind of got his first video out, talking about how he's making his LED lights, trying to help some people save some money versus buying
awesome.
them. I mean, they get expensive quick.
What catfisherman isn't into lights?
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody that's in our fishing community, catfishing community, will watch a video about that.
I don't think Chunky likes lights.
Nah, I don't think he's into that kind of thing. Are you kidding me? I think that they've actually on NASA. I think they've actually named. They have an actual spot where Chunky goes fishing in NASA because the satellites pick it up so much.
Right. So Catfish Regulators just said Chunky and DMV is done. If anybody wants to share this link out there, if you can, I don't know how StreamYard works as far as somebody else sharing a link, but you know, people are more than welcome to come in, obviously, if they want to. Now that there's
Yeah,
nothing going on.
it's pretty simple with StreamYard. It's the same thing as you do everything else when you're watching it on YouTube. You just go down to share. You go up to Facebook,
Right.
any groups that you're in, or put it on your homepage. I think I told. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, I was telling you last night that I have Ohio Catfish Chasers group. I'll post when Monday through Sunday. There's that 8 o'clock person, and I usually post that on most of the Facebook groups and on my homepage and whatnot. And I actually get replies back from the Ohio Catfish Chasers group with likes and thank you for putting that up. And you've got people in there, people that aren't, that I don't see as like names in the chats and whatnot, but I think they're participating in Facebook.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They're really supportive on Facebook, but I don't think a lot of them do the YouTube. It's weird. Like it's an awesome group. Don't get me wrong. It's got a lot of great people from all over the place. But so as far as I know, if you have a Gmail account, you've got a YouTube channel, basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
if you watch YouTube at all, if you have Google and you watch or Gmail and you watch YouTube, you have a YouTube channel or account or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And same thing on Facebook. I think in your group, if those people, when we post those links and whatnot onto Facebook, even if they watch it through Facebook, YouTube, I think we still get credit for the view and the time.
Oh, probably so. Like what Brandon just said. Basically, a lot of them that watch, that are commenting on it and liking it, and thanking you for posting it or whatever.
Yeah,
they're probably watching it, but they just don't. And sometimes, it doesn't bring up the chat automatically. So, like I know you were saying, and me before I found the catfish community. I guess it looks like Chunky has a fish on. Hopefully it's a big one, but
damn Chunky.
But now I lost it. As far as the lives go, 6 months ago or 8 months ago, whatever it was, I didn't know what a live feed was on YouTube. You know what I mean? So I didn't know you could get on there and chat. So a lot of people on Facebook might not know that that you can do that. You know what I mean? So happy Thanksgiving to all you guys. I know it's a little bit early, but since we're talking about it, and I will forget if I don't say it now, we'll just go ahead and get that out of the way.
Amen. Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you very much, Aaron. We're Catfish regulators now. Appreciate that. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep growing. You're doing awesome.
Absolutely.
And that kind of goes into what we were talking last night. Anybody that's out there that, I'm still in the process. Like I said, I had no idea that it was going to turn into. I just started posting things and doing it because I kind of got interested in it, and I met all these great people on YouTube, and so my channel is still S. Smith. Well, now my son, we've been doing lives like a month and a half now or so. So we're about to put a new name up on the channel. So
awesome.
But you don't think, that's things you don't think. No clue about old school, old guy. No idea about any of this social media and YouTube channels and doing lives, like sitting here talking. This is just it's like blows the mind kind of thing that this is what we do nowadays, and it's just humble and amazed. I said it last night and I say it again tonight. It's just, you can't put words to it for somebody like in my position. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely a humbling experience, and it can be hard to put into words, so I guess Chunky caught a big fish. Keep us updated. Let us know how big it was. I wish I had a tablet or laptop here. I could watch that while I was live. But yeah, I'm glad for Chunky. Glad he got a good fish. That's always the best for me when you're ready to leave. Usually because you haven't caught anything in a while, and you're like, man, we're leaving. And, you're reeling your stuff in, and you're packing your stuff up. And you look over, and you just have that rod that's just buried. Boom, boom, boom. It's like sweet. Think it's over 30. Oh my gosh. Well, make sure, if you don't mind, Aaron, do me a favor and make sure you comment on there. Tell him that Ohio says congratulations. That's a good fish. I'm definitely going to have to go ahead and not go ahead, but go back and watch that. I'm assuming it'll be toward the end of the video since he's packing up. But yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch that later on tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, I was awesome when I first started. I was awesome at watching everything because I only had like 10 people. But then, the next week you get a few more. The next week you get a few. All of a sudden you're like sub to like 50 people, and you're trying to catch every live and every video and you're like, man. But I try to go back through, even if I miss a live or I miss whatever. I'll try to go back through and watch it or comment and different things like that. And that's another thing I didn't understand at the beginning. But as you keep going and as you keep getting more friends and more subs and whatnot, it's like you try to be involved with everybody's, but it's just so tough to catch everything.
Yeah, it is, and that's the same thing. Like kind of like what I was talking about a minute ago. I've got 5 YouTube logos on my notification bar. Some of them are from a little bit earlier today, but and I try to leave them up there so that I can watch them. But then you hit one wrong button and they're all gone. And now we're on here, so we're behind. We won't get to watch them. Editing videos takes time. Life takes time. It's hard, man. It's hard to hit everything. Perfect example. I was wanting to be in Roger's show tonight. I don't really know Zach that well. I know everybody around here, talks him up a lot. So I was looking forward to that, live, and life got in the way. So I didn't make it, but looks like Chunky's got a mess going on. So he hasn't even landed that fish yet. They're still trying to get it landed. Is that what I got going on?
What's with another guy?
And see, now I could be wrong, but I'm wondering if this is going back what we were talking about last night, Stan, where too much information gets out, and then he's got a guy fishing obviously pretty close to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you want to help people, and you want to say, like when I first started getting into the YouTube community and stuff, I'm like, well, why don't they just tell us where they're fishing or, that kind of thing. But then once you start doing it for a while and you start bumping into a couple of people, you're like, oh, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you got to have that happy medium, because that's my thing. If I can help somebody out, I want to, 100%. And like that story I told last night, I won't go into details tonight since most people on here have heard it already. But guy watched my YouTube channel. I didn't know. I was trying to keep it kind of hush hush a little bit just because it was some smaller water, and I must have opened my big mouth a little bit too much. But it ended up being a good thing. Guy went out there, caught his personal best channel cat, and released the fish to swim and fight again another day. So it was the best, the best case scenario. But it kind of put in perspective, and like you were saying, not that I don't want to help people, because I absolutely do, but I just have to be careful what I say and how I say it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're going to put somebody in your spot, you want it to be the person that thinks exactly like you. But,
right.
But if you've got 15 people at your spot that think exactly like, it just gets. And for new people that are just starting, it's hard to think of that, but it happens. It's just crazy how it just keeps snowballing.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, it was the best case scenario that he went out there and caught his personal best and released it. And then, like I said, we got talking, and Then I find out that he was there strictly because he saw me, fishing there on YouTube. And
What a small world, yeah.
yeah, it is. And he was from like an hour away, but because of the videos that I was putting out, and the worst part is that was one of the lakes I was trying to keep, as hush
Yeah.
hush as I could, just because, like I said, of the size,
Yeah.
and but yeah, like I said, it is what it is, and people are going to find out. The commercial guys are going to get in there when they find stuff out. It just I don't know. You got to take the good with the bad, I guess. But from the comments, it looks like that fish that Chunky just caught was 40.
Woo!
So that's a hell of a fish.
God bless him. Yeah, he's got a eel in this area, and especially he fishes up in the Potomac up there, and this area with the fisheries here. It's just between saltwater, freshwater. It's an unbelievable area to fish, and there's eel is a great bait. That's his bait, and he's actually set up that fridge in the back of his house, and
I saw that. That's pretty cool.
yeah, always keeps live eel. It's expensive, and that was one of the things that we were talking about before, and I don't know if I ever finished that point that when you're just going out fishing, yeah, you've got the expense of bait and this and that, but just me just starting out, even with only the 100 and whatever subs that I have. Well, I said I had to put my camera. I just used cardboard and this and that to try to stack it up right. But so you got to get camera holders, and you got to get a light, the ring lights like we were talking about last night, and the tripods, and that's just for the film and stuff. But then there's the extra pressure of that you got to catch the fish, so you try to have all this extra bait, and then you go out. You got to you're going out at least a couple times a week to make sure that you've got fish that you can catch, and then you want to have the best things that that you can afford, that you think are going to help you catch fish. So even for a small channel like myself, it's been even my son has gone through where he wouldn't have been throwing the cast net to try to get bait. He was more tempted to do it because, well, we wanted to get bait for the channel and stuff. And
yeah,
he's gone through a couple cast nets even that he shouldn't have, just trying to make sure he had bait during the show that we couldn't. And we were having an issue with locating shad and whatnot. And he lost a few nets even. So it's like, it just starts adding up. The things that unless you're doing YouTube, you're just going fishing, you don't have those extra little things, those extra expenses that are just it's like, wow, I get it. I understand now, like the super chats and this and that. I understand where that stuff goes to, because even for my little channel, little things are starting to add up.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, and Cameron, it definitely is, especially in some of these, I don't want to say smaller areas, but I don't know. I guess you know what I'm trying to say. Some of these more.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter, smaller or bigger. I live right outside of Richmond, Virginia, and my first ones, I'm like pretty much here's this bridge, here's this spot, here's the Highway 95, and here's this and here's that. Well, I've only got 100 and some subs, but if my growth keeps going like it is, I'll have a pretty good amount of subs in a while, and before too long, you start getting people that are following you. They start going back through and watching your stuff, and all of a sudden you'll have all these people. They'll know exactly where you are just based on what they see. Like right, it's a few 100,000 people that live right there where I'm fishing. So
yeah, and like me and Brandon were talking about one night, it seems like for the most part, I mean, obviously it's not true. Dockery's on my channel out in Missouri. I'm on his channel. We're good ways apart. You got Creole down south. So it's not 100% true. But for a lot of look at chat tonight. You had Skip Justin, Brandon, Roger.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's somebody, Betty. They're all within a half hour of me. Now, those are awesome guys. I would take any of those guys fishing. I hope they would do the same with me, and put them on some good fish, and not think twice about it, because I think we all have the same mindset and everything. But
Right.
it just goes to show how many people in a short little time frame are right in that same area as you. You know what I mean? And like you were saying, if I take a picture of this bridge and send it to you, you're gonna be like, oh, okay, cool. But if Justin, Roger, Skip, those guys saw it, they're like, oh, I know exactly where that bridge is. I'm gonna go fish right there. So like Cameron's saying there, just the smallest bit of information can be too much sometimes. So that's why, and I want to help people, so it's hard for me, and that's why I've done like some. Well, I've done a rig video. I did my rod rack video as soon as I can't remember who asked me about it now. I don't think it was somebody that was regular in chat, but he was the first person that was really like, "Hey, man, can you tell me how you did this?" And I was like, "Awesome, if I could help, absolutely." So I went
Yes.
home, I
Yes.
think that night, and made that video. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
um,
even on my lives, we've only done, like I said, I think six or so. I've started to get less away from like pointing out landscape features and going more to like, okay, this is the main current is out here. And we're fishing on the current seam right here. There's a pool. I'm trying to go more into where anybody in any state, this is what I'm looking when I go to whatever water I'm fishing on. I'm looking for current seams. I'm looking for ledges. I'm looking for these are the areas that I'm looking to fish, not necessarily where I'm fishing.
right, right. Well, and like we were talking last night, you know what I mean? You can give somebody a GPS coordinate, and as soon as those fish move, well, then they're just fishing an empty hole.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Brandon, that kind of worries me, and that's why, for the most part, I will try to keep, as much information as I can to myself, just because Ohio is such a big Pay Lake area. But I mean, so the thing is, as far as that goes, you know, you want to keep as much away from those kind of people as you can, just for the fact that you know where those fish are going to end up. But at the same
Yeah.
time, you know, those guys know what lakes are around here. They're watching Facebook, and that, I mean, they're watching it all. They know what's going on.
You know what?
But
It's their dollars. It's their money. So
exactly.
it's more than YouTube. They're not spending a lot of time sitting here on YouTube. They know, you know, they're doing a lot more than just watching YouTube as far as knowing where the big fish are. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of that is with like commercial fishermen. They're fishing for money. So where do you think the pay lakes are getting their commercial fishermen are going to sell their fish to where they're getting money?
Oh
And
yeah.
pay lakes are all about money. So where do you think the two are combined? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's not Josh, it's not you and I that are going out and we talked about last night that feeling of catching that fish, and that was one of the ethical questions that we were talking about, like putting that state record back or the world record fish back in because you know it's going to be killed. Would you rather have it killed that you got recognition for it, or see it actually swim back in? Whereas a lot of commercial fishermen, that's their job, that's what they get paid for. So you
Yeah.
and I are more likely to put that fish back where they're more likely to get money out of it, so.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So here's a good question for you that Maurice brought up. I'm going to put it on the screen for you.
Maurice, man, the sky is the limit because my mind is blown with just this first couple of months. When I first came in, it was people like you that I saw on every chat, I mean, I was like, okay, are they part of YouTube? I had no idea. You know what I mean? Because everyone that I went to, here's Maurice, here's Tim Molina, Michael Murillo, every channel that I went to, and you're like, they don't have channels themselves, but you talk about YouTube people that I don't know, they're like bigger than the people that are actually doing the YouTube, doing the videos, if that makes sense. But and then once I started doing it, it was just like wow. And then I started doing it, and for my life, my son and I have always been pretty close or whatever, but he's excited with seeing the change that it made with me. So he's here every Sunday morning at 6, whatever in the morning, picking me up. We go to the Wawa, get our coffee and whatnot, and boom, we're at the river. So, who knows? It's just been, uh, I guess we'll start out in 2021. I guess we'll just do the Virginia state record, blue catfish, and we'll go from there.
Oh, that's it, huh? No big deal.
No big deal. We'll just start with the state of Virginia, but and I just can't thank everybody enough for what they've done for me. It's just crazy.
Well, I mean, you've got a good channel going. You're doing good things, and you've said it plenty of times tonight. You started out as a huge supporter yourself. So people are just giving back. I mean, and we've said it before. The catfish community is awesome. So whether you were a huge supporter or not, they're going to support you. So yeah, I think that was about your last comment. Reading the water is universal no matter what.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. If you want to help somebody, it depends on what level they're at, but somebody that's never fished before, the biggest thing you can tell them is somebody that's never fished before, the biggest thing you can do is how to tie the right knots, how to tie them properly. Just stick to simple things. What rigs to use. We brought it up last night. How many times you see that poor kid that's out there with that giant red and white plastic bobber with a 2-ounce sinker and a rubber worm on a 6 hook underneath it. A 6 underneath it. That poor kid's not catching nothing. So if that person is just starting out, the biggest thing you can do is just give them a little bit of knowledge. Here's how you tie this hook. This is the hooks that you use. This is the size you use. This is this type of fish you use. This kind of bait. Simple things. And for people that are kind of intermediate fishing, the biggest thing that you can pass on. It don't matter where you fish at. It's for what type of fish or what you're looking to fish at, what you're looking at, like cover and current breaks and different techniques. Like bank fishing is different than boat fishing. You're looking for different things when you're dragging out, suspending baits and dragging and whatnot out on the boat. In the bank, I'm looking for bank spots that have access to different types of cover and different types of current and things like that. So, that's the type of stuff that if we can pass on rather than the exact, I'm fishing at this exact spot. It's where you're at on your lakes or rivers. This is what you need to look for. I think that's the biggest thing that you can pass on to try to teach people that may not know quite as much as what you're looking for, but teach them what you look for to where you can normally catch fish.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Mike Turner just joined in here. Looks like Katie's back.
Katie, Mike Turner, what an awesome job! Like he came in out of nowhere. Like I came in a few months ago and I started sharing links because I saw Chad doing it, and then Mike Turner, and then it was Mark from Catfishing Crappie, and Mike Turner. Another, like I was saying about the Maurices and the Michael Murillos and Tim Molinas, and Mike Turner is he's on everybody's videos, live streams. He's sharing links. He's passing out, just awesome. The support that he gives for everybody is just crazy.
Yeah. Like you were just saying, every live feed I'm on, he's there. So,
and that's how really, that's how everybody grows. When you get the people like you just said last night, you got subs from that were kind of following me into our thing last night, and you did an awesome job of just we were just up there talking just like tonight, and people were like, oh, I like this dude, I'm gonna go check him out. And you know, when you go to click on a sub and you see kind of the videos, you're like, oh, look at that, I like that stuff. Bam, sub. I'll hit the bell, so I'm gonna get their things. And you know, that's how we all grow.
Yep, absolutely. And that's, you know, something you just said about hitting the bell. I updated my YouTube there probably, I think it was 2 days ago, and from what I can tell, you know, the few people I've subscribed to since then, it looks like, and in my opinion, this should have been the case all along, but it looks like now with the new update, when you subscribe to somebody, it automatically hits the bell for you.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems to be that way to me. So,
You know, I think a lot of what I'm new to YouTube and whatnot, but one thing I get aggravated with is, oh, you sub to me, I'll sub to you. No, don't bother then. If I sub to you because I looked at what you're doing, and I'm gonna watch your videos, or I'm gonna want to see your bell pop up on my thing, that you know, and it doesn't necessarily have to be catfish, and it could be snakeheads or this or that or hunting or whatever. I've got some trapping. I'm subscribed to some trapping channels. Mo Homesteading, I'm subscribed to her channel, and a bunch of people over there, because they're interesting people. And you know, you got kind of some similar. It doesn't necessarily have to be catfishing, but you know, just this sub for sub kind of thing, just to have a number up there. They're never going to watch your videos if they don't like fishing. So
right,
why bother?
right, absolutely. Good night, Tim. Thanks for stopping in, man.
Now, Mr. Molina, thank you so much. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how
Katie
he.
says, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Molina there. I've spoken to him a few times on Messenger, because you know, most people know I've got some issues outside of you know, YouTube and whatnot, and just what an awesome. He's just the most helpful. He's willing to talk to anybody or try to help anybody, and Tim Molina is just amazing.
Yeah, yeah. I haven't really got a chance to sit down and talk to him, but you know, well, you know, we're gonna say this 100 times. We pick everybody out individually, but just like everybody is in the catfish community, you know, he's really supportive. So he's you know,
And he's got enough. Lord knows he's got enough issues himself. So it's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, that kind of goes along with what we were talking about last night.
Yep.
You know,
Oh,
as far
exactly.
as the hardest video is the first one, which I know you put one or two out, however many it was, Katie. But you just got to keep doing it. You know, like I said, I was telling you last night, Stan,
Yep.
that rig video I did.
Yep.
That was my first video where I actually like talked to the camera, and it was hard. And you know, I probably messed up a few times, whether you guys could see it or not, or if it was just something I wanted to say that I didn't, you know, because I was nervous or whatever. But if I were to go back and remake that same video today, you know, just now that I've talked to the camera some, I've done these lives, you know, it would probably be a lot better video.
You know
Just
what?
because my confidence is a lot higher. So I mean, I guess that's my thing, you know, just start putting videos out. You know, the more videos you put out, the more confident you're going to be, the better your videos are going to get. Not that there's anything wrong with them now, you know, but they're just going to keep progressing. You're going to get better. You're going to learn more.
Yep.
So yeah.
We talked about that last night. Confidence is the key to everything. We talked about it with baits or where you're fishing or what you're using. Confidence was everything. And Katie, my biggest thing to you is, yeah, my first video I just put, because it was like, man, I got to do this, and I wanted to put some other videos out, and I was trying to do the videos, and I'm like, oh, this sucks because it's shaking, and I can't do this, I can't do that. So I finally just put my first video out, and it was just a video. And I didn't even do it myself. It was one day, Google, what is it? Google, well, something through Google where it put the time thing where there was a bunch of videos during the same time, and they put it to music for you and stuff on its own without you
Oh,
even
man.
doing it. I'm like, well, holy crap, look at there. That's a damn fishing YouTube video. Let me figure. So I added a couple more, I added some more pictures to it and stuff, and bam, that was my first YouTube video. But then where I really got my confidence is, Katie, what you need to do is anytime you see me come on live, I'll put the stream up. You just start, what you need to do is to get some more confidence, start doing a couple lives. I've seen you do it a couple times, but just especially some of the smaller ones where there's only, maybe 10 people out there that you're talking to. The more confident you get in front of the camera or the phone or whatever you want to say, you start feeling more like you're just, instead of you're talking to a camera, you feel like you're talking to friends. So it's more than it starts becoming more than you're talking to a phone or a camera. You automatically, your brain is like, I'm talking to friends, and you automatically, every video after that will be that much better. And as far as editing, there's so many people out there that would be willing to help you with editing. You just got to reach out to anybody and say, any live that you go on at night and say, hey, can anybody help me? I want to edit this thing. I have no clue. You'll have probably 15 different people that'll be willing to help you. But I would suggest going on to a few lives, just like what we're doing right now, where we're just talking. And your videos will, from there on, be that much better.
Yeah, I agree. And going on with what you're saying, if you want to come on here, let me know. I'll post a link back up, and we can get 3 of us in here, and
Yeah.
I'll mute myself and sit back for a while, however we want to do it. But so I saw
And not
this comment right here. I don't know why it's not working. There you go. So first of all, Mike, I wrote it down. We were just talking. You're in everybody's feeds all the time, and I'm bad about what we were talking about last night, Stan. Going back after the video is posted and making moderators. So if anybody in here is a moderator, and you can post Katie's link, that would be awesome.
And not for nothing, you and I were trying to like come up with names, and you finally got, your name is awesome now, Ohio Catfish Chasers, and I'm still coming with mine. But she's already got the damn best name in Facebook. I said that from day one when I first started seeing come into Catfishing. Katie Collins, does that just not boom? That is just one of the best.
It rolls off the tongue.
Oh, it's perfect. That is the best name in YouTube I have ever heard.
Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, it captures everything all at once. It kind of it's got the, I don't know what you call it. I'm not a English major, like I said last night, but they all start with the same thing.
Pizzazz.
Not the same letter, the same sound. But it kind of has the objective, the catfishing, the name. It all flows together. It is a good one. It is a good one.
And it's short. It's perfect. It's just perfect.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, people, I've noticed when they go to say Ohio Catfish Chasers, they kind of have to like stop and read it and think about it, And I've caught myself before, even almost messing up saying it. Like, I love the name. I'm glad I came up with it, because it took me a while, but I came up with it, and I find myself stumbling over it sometimes. So.
And it's an awesome name. But even like last night, I since I've known you enough and I kind of followed your group, I knew that you wanted other people. But that's kind of why I asked that question last night about, because I wanted to know people. I wanted people to know that it wasn't just for Ohio. That's just your name on your Facebook group. It says Ohio Fish Chasers, but it's more about catfish or fishing than Ohio. That's
Right.
You're stationed in Ohio, but it was more supporting catfish and fishing. That was kind of why I asked that question last night, where some people are thinking, oh, it's just a Facebook group about Ohio. Well, no, it's about catfish.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and like you said, not even just catfish. crappie, and I mean, hunting a little bit. I'm going to try to kind of limit that. Like you said last night, if you're into fishing and the outdoors, chances are you hunt, know somebody that hunts, have hunted.
Yeah.
So, but preferably, I do want to kind of keep it,
Yeah.
centralized around catfish. Like you said, not necessarily Ohio. I don't care where you live. That, like you said, that's just my YouTube name, and I just wanted to kind of be the same across all platforms. So I just,
And
made my Facebook group, exactly the same as.
and just like your channel, that group is growing. I'm sure. Well, you obviously know every day there's new members coming in, and
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
awesome. Your group is
that group,
very active. It's awesome.
it really is. Yeah, I'm appreciative of everybody that's in there, and it just blew up. I mean, everything does. I don't want to say everything blows up, but everything kind of has its days. As far as the Facebook group, the YouTube channel, all that
Yeah.
stuff. You'll notice that's Katie's link right there. I got posted from Brandon, by the way. But
Awesome.
you notice, one day, you might get 2 followers. The next day you might get 4. The next day you might get 1. But then one day you might get 20. And on those days, you're in awe. You look at it's like there's no way, that's not right. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm still so small enough. I get 3, and I'm like, holy crap! You got to be kidding me! This is.
Yeah, and I exaggerated. I don't think I've ever had 20 in one day, except for maybe when I very first found the catfish community. I probably
Yeah, well,
had.
not all of us are, Palmetto and Elston, and we can't all be, them, but.
Right. Well, it's funny you bring up, Palmetto. So it wasn't very long ago he hit 1,000, right? Like a month maybe.
Yeah.
Have you noticed where he's at now?
Oh yeah.
That is crazy.
Well, I'll give you another one that's not even it's even more low key than Palmetto is Outdoors Addiction, Jesse. He just started doing lives. His thing was trying to get. He was at 800 a couple months ago because I remember I was pushing on most lives. Hey, Outdoors Addiction. He was giving away on Elston's Chunky's channel rods and reels, and just an awesome dude. And you watch his videos, and he was the same type of person. And he was at 800 something. He's like 11 or 1200 now in like
Really?
months. Every time he goes on live, it's just boom, boom, boom. But I think
Right.
what happened last night, we're very, similar. You've been doing it longer than I have, but different areas and whatnot. So we had different subscribers. I gained some last night too. I don't remember
Awesome.
exactly how many it was, but I think it was like 7, 8 subscribers that I gained last night alone.
Yeah, that's about where I was. So I think we just traded.
And all we were doing was enjoying ourselves, talking about the thing we love to do. We had a good time, talking with each other, and chat kept putting things out there. And, boom, we both gained, some subscribers. And now those subscribers that we each gained, they know different people. So now I'm noticing the more that I'm, like I said, I'm only 140 something. Who knows? I may be 150 after this, but
I hope so. Hopefully you're 160.
yeah. Well, God bless. Who knows? This is, it's just I say it every time. I just mind blowing. I came on. I said it last night to just if I've got some issues and whatnot, and if I can go out and fish or do what I want to do, anybody can get up and do what they want to do. And if I can help one person, that's why I started. And the subs just kind of is a
confidence booster.
Yeah, I never thought of it at first. Now that I started getting some, it's like, holy crap, I've got a following, I guess, whatever you want to call it. You start it's humbling, it's motivating, it's all these different words, whatever you want to call it. It's mind blowing, really. But the more you get, each person has a different, has some different people that they're with. So the more that as you grow, it seems to kind of go exponentially, and you hit that 600-700, and then those have some more, and you're doing the same thing, and then they have some more people that are a couple people come with everybody that comes in, and it's just crazy.
Right. So it looks like Josh from 1 ton made it in.
142. Amen. 8 from 150. My goodness.
I guess Justin says once you hit 100, or I'm sorry, once you hit 1,000, they promote your channel a lot more. So, and not that I'm taking anything away from Kevin, but just to see that 1,000 growth in a month, I was like, that's crazy. How do you do that? But I mean, that makes sense. When you hit 1,000, that's a huge milestone.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you what year I'll hit 1,000. So that's awesome. So, but for him to jump like that, that's really cool.
I gotta say, and I mean this is the best compliment I can give you. Like, I picture you as many more subs than you actually have. Your videos and just the way that you talk and the way that you're on camera and everything. Like, your videos are awesome. It's just you're gonna be there. It's just a matter of time. Since day one, I've loved your videos.
I appreciate that, man. That means a lot, for real. So that's one place that I haven't been yet, but I want to go bad. So I'm really hoping that next year, with all this stuff going on, I hope they end up having it. And I really hope that I can make it down there. I hope my schedule, with work and everything, I hope I can get down there. I really do. Just, like we were talking about earlier, all the Ohio people, a little easier for us to get together, but some of the, Kentucky and, Tennessee, all that stuff, well, even though we're still close, it's just kind of people's schedules. It's hard, CatCon's kind of one big meeting place, I guess, if you will. But
and since
Mike
Justin
Costello's in here. What is it?
Justin,
I'm sorry.
oh, Mike Costello, awesome. He just started recently, and man, he's going crazy too. But Justin, I miss your lives. You were doing awesome there. When I first came in, you were doing them. You were sitting out there, and you had your little one out there is with you. That was awesome, and I was watching them every one you put up. So I miss your lives.
To be honest with you, I'm surprised the subs I've got. It's like it'll just jump. I'll be at, say I'm just, round numbers here, but I'll be at 100, and then I don't check it every day. I'll check it once a week, every 2-3 weeks, whatever, and I'll look, and it'll be another big jump. You know what I mean? But
Well, I think you can expect. I think you can expect you've already got the perfect name. You've got the perfect what are we going to call it, swag or whatever. You're on screen. You're everything. It's like you're there. It's just waiting for the subs to catch up to you.
Well, the sub number I'm looking forward to is 500. I don't know if any of you guys were on my YouTube channel, not YouTube channel, I'm sorry, Facebook page when I posted it, but I had somebody local here to me make me a tumbler, I think they call them, like the big 32-ounce insulated cups.
Uh-huh.
And they sent me a picture of it, and I was like, man, that thing's awesome. You know what I mean? So I went ahead and bought another one, and it's been sitting up in my cabinet for probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. And I was like, because I think at the time I was at like 300 and something. So I was like, the next big milestone is 500. I'm going to give it away at 500. And I haven't decided. I might throw a couple extra things in there too or whatever. But that cup's definitely going away at 500. So that's one that I'm looking forward to.
Well, you're hitting 1,000 in a few months, guaranteed.
Whatever.
No, guaranteed. Hey, I started as a subscriber. I started as one going through everybody's channels. You're 1,000 within no time.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I don't know, buddy. I don't do much out of state traveling. I kind of stay. Well, wrong way. I kind of stay here. So, I don't know. I mean,
That's my
if
brother.
if it happens, I'll look you guys up. That's for sure. But
Yeah,
I
that's
just
my
kind
brother
of,
Josh out there. He's in southwestern Virginia. I'm in kind of east central Virginia, and we've been. I had a long day. I was Thanksgiving shopping in Walmart today, and we're trying to set up we've been trying to do this for a while now. 1-ton fishing. You know, they got their whole club with several of them, and you got myself and my son. And LG Bass is from Kerr Lake out here in Virginia. And LG Bass he was kind of like, uh, I don't know, he kind of got in touch with me, and we've had this just even off, had nothing to do with YouTube. Just I can't say enough about the person that he is. Hey, you all right? Like I said, even a couple times tonight, outside issues, and just always checking on me, and what a great dude LG Bass is. So he's gone out with 1-ton a couple times, and we're all kind of really good friends. We've never met person to person, but we message all the time, and we were doing this today, and I was getting aggravated in Walmart, all these jackhouses, and but we're trying to hook up where we're gonna meet and fish. I do the Sunday morning lives with my son. Well, what we're working on is what it looks like right now is that LG Bass 1-ton fishing. Myself and my son, we're going to be fishing together this Sunday morning on
that's
live.
awesome.
So it's
That's
going to
awesome.
be out of the James River. So they're all willing because I don't drive. 1-ton and LG Bass looks like they're going to be coming all the way up here, which is like almost an hour and a half, 2-hour drive even. I think I'm not sure if Josh knows it yet, how far it is. But yeah, just to come up here and fish with us, just to kind of so we can all meet and get together. And that's again humbling. Like, wow, here's
Yeah.
these.
Yeah.
They've got
That's
way
cool.
more subs than I do. They're totally been doing it, and they're awesome. And for them to want to come up here and fish with us, and again, just humbling, mind blowing that this stuff is happening.
Yeah. I'm assuming that Mike's talking about college football. If that's the case, I don't watch a lot of college football, just for a simple fact that I'm so busy on the weekends usually, especially Saturdays. So I do watch a little bit of NFL because Sunday's kind of my lazy day a lot of times. But
Yeah.
as far as college goes, I don't watch a whole lot of college football. Brooke, say what's going on, man? Looks like he just joined in here. Um, Josh said about 2 hours.
2 hours. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Awesome. They're just awesome. I knew I was going to love 1-ton fishing. The first video I saw from them, I'm a pretty good sized guy, 6+, 400+ pounds. And first video I saw from them, they're going fishing early morning. It's dark, and they're doing their ride down there and stuff. And they get out there and they're fishing, and it starts getting a little lighter out, and they're like, "Oh, time for breakfast," and they start pulling out aluminum pans. So they start making these breakfast burritos. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I want to fish with them. I'm a 1-tonner."
And see, that's the thing, it's possible. I've done it a little bit. I know I was watching a video that Steve Douglas had. I forget if it was a live feed or a video he recorded and edited, but he had a little griddle or a grill, whatever you want to call it, on his boat. But
Mhm.
you can get a pretty nice sized grill on the bank, where the boat, maybe not so much. So
I was actually just able to read the comment from Brandon, and I have been trying. I'm trying to get LG to change its name from LG Bass to LG Cats.
yeah, absolutely, man. That's everybody knows catfishing is where it's at.
I think, and I actually think 1-ton and my son and I are kind of in a battle. We are kind of saying with my son is we've never done the gloves and that stuff. We've always just gripped the most of the the fish we're going for, but especially the bigger catfish. You get the bloody knuckles, so you know, a good day of fishing is when you come home with bloody knuckles. So that's kind of been our thing. And so we kind of made Tom an honorary member of the Bloody Knuckle Blue Cat Club, and he's kind of honorary member of the 1 ton fishing. He's kind of honorary 1 tonner. So that's kind of been the whole Virginia battle here. It's kind of like the battle over LG Bass or Tom. Like, who's he going to come with?
Right, right.
Yeah, Mike Costello, he's been popping out. He's in the Carolinas down there, and he's been putting out some. There you go, catfish knuckles. If you don't do the glove, you don't do whatever. That's how you land it. We are men. That's right. It's kind of hard for a dude our size. You know, you're 300, 400, 500 pounds. So I got to put a glove on. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't like wearing a glove. I mean, no real reason. I don't know.
Well, by the time you get it on and stuff, it's like I've already done. If I'm getting down that close to the water, I'm just grabbing that thing.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. One person that has the glove thing down, as far as getting that sucker on quick, is Kayak Catfish.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what he's. I mean, one hand. He's got the rod in one hand, and he's next thing you know, boom, gloves on.
That dude, my son, what? My son is 30, so he's still young enough, and he loves catfish. He loves kayaking, and that's one of the channels that he really likes. Even this
he's got a good channel. Justin does. Absolutely.
Unbelievable. The dude he's entertaining, informative. I guess that's why he's got the subscribers that he got. Plus, you know, he catches the monsters, but he'll tell you same thing. He's not going to tell you, he doesn't say, I'm fishing at this coordinates, but he's like, all right, we got this river, this whatever's coming in here. This current's coming in here. There's a break right here. This is the structure that I'm looking for. Same thing like we were talking about. He'll tell you what he's looking for to fish, not necessarily the exact coordinates of where he's fishing. And
right.
You know, if you know that, you can fish any lake, pond, river across the country.
Yeah, and he has he has spiked my interest in the Tennessee River. I'll say that.
Oh, without a doubt. I'll tell you
now I'm not gonna say I could go down there and do what he does, because I'm sure I couldn't. But
yeah, but he gives you enough information that you think you might have a good shot at doing something.
He just wants you to go down there and embarrass yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I've been saying that, Mike.
Maybe there's something we need to get going on there, Stan.
We've got, that's the one thing I was telling Chad with, that couples challenge that the Chad and Dee came up with. That was freaking amazing. It was so much fun. That was my first.
I had a blast.
Unbelievable. Between that and me being the first guest on Catfish and Crappie, Mark's show, that was just boom. That just blew my mind. That was just, I'm hooked now. I've got to be on camera. I've got to do this. This is between those two things. But he's got such an opportunity with bank versus boat, state versus state, family fish. There's just so many. I mean, there could be literally on his channel, there could literally be some sort of challenge every couple of months, and it could be year after year after year, and there would be more people every year that wanted to do it. Like after the couples challenge, there were so many people that were like, damn, I wanted to do it, but I didn't have a person to do it with, or this or that. But if you do this, I want to do it. I can't wait to do it. I only got into it because I wasn't part of the original couples, but he had people. Same thing like Mark. He had the guy that canceled on him during his, right before his first show. Chad was having some people that canceled out, and it all happened to be during the same, the people that were supposed to be on the first week. So I'm like, well, if you need somebody to come in, Chad, I've never done this kind of stuff before, but I'm sure that I could talk my wife into it. We'd be more than happy to do it. And bam, that was we ended up going out there, and it's been just nothing but up since there.
Yeah, yeah, it was definitely fun. So I don't appreciate that name because you're setting me up for failure. I know I'm gonna butcher that, so I'm not even gonna try. But I appreciate you stopping in, and
Tarada
yeah,
Vapor. I'm close, I hope. Yeah,
you're
he's
probably closer. You're probably closer than I would have been.
awesome. Another one, awesome. He's from Elston to Palmetto to me to he's everywhere.
Okay, see, I don't think I've seen that name before. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
If I have seen it, it's been a few times. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly what we were talking about last night. Everybody's got their, you're going to bring, even with a small channel like myself, there's people that I've picked up from Elston's channel or whatnot that maybe you might not have, and it's all just gonna, the more that we all do these type of things, we're gonna run into one another, and they're like, oh, I like that. I like what he was saying. I'll check him out too. And bam, just like what happened to us last night. I'm just a little channel, but you picked some up for me. I picked some viewers that you had, and it's just everybody benefits from it because we both are into the same exact thing.
Right. As Brandon's saying, he's getting off here, so I don't know if Josh knows this is the pronunciation or if that's his guess, but I would have got it way wrong. I'm glad I didn't even try.
You know, Uncle Josh is pretty good. I was close. Uh, it's probably the Spanglish that I speak, but I don't. I probably didn't have the accent right, but yeah.
Hey, we'll see you, Justin, man. If I don't talk to you, good luck Friday.
Yeah, Justin, I appreciate you. He was another one right from the beginning. I was watching. Like I said, I hope he starts doing his lives again. I really enjoyed watching his lives out there.
Yeah, yeah. I was unfortunate enough, or that doesn't make sense. Hang on. I was unfortunate in the fact that I think about the time I kind of joined in here, he was kind of getting out of it, and I don't even know how we ended up. Actually, I think we were on somebody's live feed one time, and obviously my name kind of tells you where I'm from, and I believe he was like, I'm from Ohio too or whatever, and I was like,
Yeah.
no kidding, where? And we found out we were actually
Hmm.
pretty close to each other. So yeah, yeah, I'm sure Roger will go live at some point in time. So I guess it sounds like I'm gonna have a 2-hour drive in the morning on Friday, and then I'll be hunting, and then 2-hour drive home. So hopefully I'll get a chance to watch you guys. But if not, like I said, good luck to you guys. Josh, if you want to come in here, man. Yeah, probably about 15, 20 minutes apart, Justin. That sounds about right. But Josh, if you want to come in here, let me know. I'll send you the link.
I don't know if he wants to come in here because he knows that 1 ton is, they're not going to win a challenge against us up here in the James River, but
Right. Yeah. No, I just wanted to extend the offer to him for the fact that he was in the Facebook comment that kind of made this night happen. So.
Oh, it was crazy, right? I mean, that just goes to show that was just us. Like I said, I thought it was such a good thing in your Facebook, the Ohio Catfish Chasers Facebook
Mhm.
group. I actually almost thought it was like a live stream. I even said we were in a live stream last night, right? I said we were in a live stream last night. You're like, no, it was in my group. It was comments. I'm like, holy crap, that's right. And we were going back and forth with, talking about fishing 24/7, and like, yeah, I like to do that. And Josh, yeah. And next thing you know, bam, you were in my show last night for 4 or 5 hours, and uh, you're allowing me to be up in here tonight for a few hours here, and it's just, yeah. If somebody's on talking about it, I will be there. If somebody's fishing them, I'll be there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I didn't have really a big plan coming into the night. So anybody wants to come in here, come on in. Anybody wants to ask any questions to me, Stan, somebody else in chat, by all means do it. The comments is what kind of keeps us rolling. I mean, last night proved that me and Stan can talk forever. But it's easier, reading the comments and hanging out with you guys. So,
yeah, and that was crazy. Like it was comment after comment, and we just kept, hours after hour. And then we'd drop a couple, we'd go down to whatever, and then boom, it was up to 20 something, and boom, we'd lose some. And every time there was that group come in, there'd be more questions or more. You'd watch chat. What was it there for a while? It was between hot wings and a fishing.
oh, yeah, it was hot wings and something. What was
I can't remember. It was hot wings and a fishing topic, but half the chat was talking about the hot wing. It'd be one comment, hot wings, one topic, fishing. The next one was about the fishing topic. Next one was hot wings, but it was half and half, and boom, it was just. That's what makes these kind of shows really fun, because you can talk about anything you want, and it's.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm trying my best to watch the comments, and if I see a question, I'm putting it up there, but I'm sure I probably missed a couple. But Katie's talking about a hunting video, not scared of the deer. That's funny. I was thinking about that myself, because I'm for Ohio, the gun week. Ohio's gun week is coming in next week, and I was thinking about doing that myself, but I don't. I mean, it'd almost be impossible. You just have to read chat, and you wouldn't be able to say a whole lot. So if you can figure it out, go for it. But I don't know. I don't have any tips on that. I mean,
the only tip I have for that is you better have a tree that doesn't have a lot of limbs on it, and climb about 100 feet up into the tree, so that your voice doesn't carry all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, that, or I mean, it would suck, but you can go to the more tab down here at the bottom, and then go to post comment, and do it that way. But I mean, it'd be slower. It'd be slower typing, obviously, but and then you'd have to have your camera out here. Actually, wait a minute. I think when I was going live tonight, I think I saw a place where you can set up where it's on your back camera. You know what I mean? So you could be looking through your phone out into the woods, and
that
be
is
able
true.
to type your comments.
If you go to cam or cam mic, you can go to settings, and you can on StreamYard. I don't know about straight YouTube because just a little guy yet, but you can change it from front facing or back facing. You can change a lot of things in there. So yeah, you could have it facing out into what you're seeing as you're hunting, and go from there.
I got you. So apparently she's talking about just a video, not live. So I've recorded a few videos deer hunting, nothing really successful. I'm not a big deer hunter, but my thing would be just record as much as you can, and just have it set up stable somewhere that it can capture as much as it can without you having to move it, so that you don't have to make a whole lot of movements when the deer are coming in, or go ahead and put it in your shooting lane. Or if a deer you're not planning on shooting is coming in, you can kind of film it for a minute. But I would say if you're going to try to get a shot on camera, you're probably going to have to be recording all the time, almost like trying to get a takedown when you're catfishing.
Well, I got to give my son credit on this. He's gotten me. We were talking about this last night. I was talking about how when we first went out, this is when we were talking about how luck is actually, things you've learned over time, and you actually apply it without even realizing it. But since we've been down here in Virginia, really, I can't really do a lot of deer hunting and whatnot. I mean, I could, but it's to get out to the spot, and I'd have to do the ground blinds and whatnot. But anyways, he's tried to do a lot of videos where he's actually hunting, and even before this is before the YouTube thing, and he's actually got me quite a few videos where his shooting lanes and whatnot, and I've actually seen the deer come into the lane and actually seen where he's took the shot and things like that. So you can actually do it, and he's not really experienced with, that's just with his phone and, uh, but Andrew's got the right idea. Yeah, you just bring a cameraman with you.
Yeah. I mean, you watch it on TV, Pursuit Channel, Outdoor Channel,
Yep.
granted they're in a tree stand, 25 foot in the air, but it
Yeah, well,
sounds
that's
like,
what he does. He hunts. He does the climb and tree stand, and
uh,
he
yeah,
scouts out.
it sounds like Katie doesn't want to climb, but regardless, if you're in a blind, if you're sitting on the ground, a cameraman is probably honestly going to be your best bet. Yeah,
Well,
I'd have
even
to
from
agree with
if
that.
you got one of those, I had because this my incident happened over a decade ago, so I had gotten one of those ground blind tent pop up tent things. Like technically, you could hook up a camera or your phone on there where you have that remote control button to hit the record button and stuff.
Hmm.
And inside that tent, you are kind of what's what I'm looking for. You're camouflaged or you're muffled. Your voices, the noise, are a little muffled inside that tent. So if you're going to do it from the ground, that's what I would suggest is having that ground blind tent thing that you can get.
Yeah. Josh was talking about, I knew he made knives, but I didn't think about that. Um, so on a serious note, Josh, get a hold of me on Facebook because I'll forget. I talked about it last night a little bit. I don't know if you were on here or not, but Shelby's uncle hunts coyotes over dead deer, roadkill deer, and a lot of, I mean, some of them are buck, but most of them are does. It seems like, or unfortunately, people will go out and cut the antlers off if it's anything worth having. But I mean, on occasion, he'll get some smaller bucks, and I don't know what all you're interested in, if you're just wanting the bigger ones or whatever. But shoot me a message, and I'll excuse me, I'll see if I can't get you a couple antlers coming or something, kind of, if it'll work out for you. You know what I mean? Like I said, usually the big ones are gone, but I'll see what I can do for you.
Yeah, well, you know how it goes. Knives are different. You get a big Bowie knife, you need that big handle, but like a little skinning
Right,
knife or a little fillet knife, though that doesn't
right,
have to be a big antler to have that tang hidden back inside that antler. So
right. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying. I wouldn't mind having you know, a smaller knife, I guess. Cutting birds up. I don't do a whole lot of squirrel hunting anymore, but you don't want a very big knife. You're cutting squirrels up.
even deer, when you're doing a lot of skinning of the deer and stuff, that smaller knife is really good to make sure you don't puncture the gut pocket or things like that for skinning the deer and separating that skin out. It's a lot easier to get that smaller knife up in underneath skin to pull it out uh, from the meat or the ribs and all this other stuff. Or when you got to reach up in and to cut the drink. Well, we don't got to get into all that, but that smaller knife. When I'm cutting a deer, I want a smaller knife until I'm actually cutting off the quarters and things like that.
Right. I'm gonna have to check that video out. I mean, I'm assuming you posted on YouTube. I don't know. If not, you're gonna have to do it again, and don't miss this time. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be challenging, man. I don't even know what to say about that. I've seen it. Tim Wells, I've seen him dove hunting with recurves, but
What an awesome dude!
there's
I've seen him hunting with the blowgun.
yeah, yeah, he's
But
awesome.
to do that with the recurve bow, that's the way you do it with the Theodore. It's with the flu arrows, right? Where it's got the bigger vanes in the back so that it doesn't fly as far. Is that what you use for that?
I
That's
will. So he said it is posted, so I'm gonna have to get on that channel and check that video out. I don't care if you're missing or not. If you're even getting close, that's impressive.
Yeah, you know, all that stuff. I used to do all that, the hunting with a bow, the recurve, compound bows. That's just, to me, that's, I'm a value type person. So, you know, your rifles and whatnot, even your, yeah, flu. Yeah. Your rifles and even the black powder and stuff, every time you shoot it, it costs money. You've got a bow,
Mhm.
compound bow, recurve, whatever. Unless you damage the arrow or lose it, every time you shoot, it doesn't cost you anything. It's just the initial cost of getting it. So I was always a big into bow hunting and just even for something to do fun with, you know, family and stuff was to go out and do target shooting with the bow, because it was once you bought the bow and the arrows and the heads and whatnot, there was no extra cost in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say something about that. I forget, but you know, I've shot bows, and then as far as you know, guns go, I reload my own ammo because, like what you were talking
Ah,
about, it costs money. You know what I mean?
that is one thing I've always wanted to get into, that because we've always had, you know, multiple calibers, and that just looks so awesome to be able to, you know, choose. It's the same thing with fishing. Like, you want to be able to change different variables, and if you're not like hand loading and whatnot, it's basically whatever commercial bullet they have out. But you know, to change the grains and et cetera, different things like that to more suit what you're looking for. That's just something I've always wanted to. That's something that I've always done. Like one of the best feelings I had is like I've caught fish on a. The only thing I didn't personally make on that was the reel. I made the rod. I made the rod. I made the lure from nothing but a piece of wood. So the reel and the line was the only thing that I didn't make on it. And to catch fish on something that you've actually put together from nothing, that's just like awesome. So, you know, it's the same type of thing.
Yeah, it is. I do it more for a money saving thing versus a precision thing or you know, changing the variables thing. But you know, it took a minute to figure out what calibers, what powder, you know, would work best with what to where I could get it, you know, shooting how I wanted to. But like I said, once I figured that out, I just kind of kept it the same and just do it as a money saving thing. But if I have any moderators on here right now, can somebody post a link to
Theodore.
JB Hunting and yep, and that one too? Um, I said, oh, okay. Mike just said there's no mods in here right now, so hopefully one comes in here soon. Like I said,
Yeah.
you know, my first live when it finally posted from StreamYard to YouTube or however that works, I went through and you know, I made some mods, but you know, I guess like what you're saying, Stan, I've gained
Yeah.
some following since then, and not that that my moderators don't watch anymore. You know, I saw Betty in here. I'm pretty sure Justin was one. I thought Mike Turner. I thought you were one, man. I guess not, but you know, just people are on at different times, and
Yeah.
I guess I haven't updated my moderator list, so
Well, when you're
I
not,
definitely.
that's the one thing I got kind of an issue with YouTube about, and I'm just starting, so whatever. My opinion is whatever, but uh, you know, for the big people that are with YouTube that have the, you know, 5,000, 10,000, a million subs, well, they all started right here where we're at. So why are we less important than them? Like, why do we have to do, you know, StreamYard and all these other out of the way things to be successful at YouTube? Like, they should give everybody the same type of tools to be successful. We've got to go out and look for separate apps and separate streaming things. So if you're doing StreamYard, you can't make somebody a moderator until that video post, and you've got to go back into that separate video and try to remember the ones that you don't already have as moderator. Click on
Mhm.
them, go through the different people and actually try to add the moderators after it posted, which takes time for the StreamYard ones to post back to YouTube where you can actually see the live chat. So it's like they actually don't want you. It's almost like YouTube doesn't want you to succeed. I don't understand why they put those kind of challenges against the people like us, under 1,000 subs and whatnot. But that's what you have to do. And when you're worrying about, okay, I gotta do the fish and I gotta catch this, and then to go back, okay, a day after my video posted, I gotta go back in and try to remember to put moderators in also. It's a lot for somebody that's just starting out.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. And I can see as far as as far as the monetization goes, where they want you to have the 1,000 and 4,000 and stuff.
Yeah.
Because if every YouTube channel was monetized, it'd probably be a mess, to be honest with you.
Oh, without a
Like
doubt. Without a doubt.
Like with what you were saying, you shouldn't have to have any subs to be able to go live. You know what I mean? I don't
Right.
understand that. But
Right.
I don't
YouTube,
know. It is what it is.
they're gonna make their money on it anyhow.
Right.
Same thing with the commercials and the where you can put the links for the super chats and all that. They'd make their money on it. So why wouldn't they put that? Who are people? Are people going to want to donate to somebody that's got 50,000 subs already, or are they going to want to help out their friends that are just starting out? Well, they'd have more people just trying to help out their friends that are just starting out. So I don't know why they I understand with the monetization part of it, as far as, okay, you've got to prove that you're willing to, because how many people start it and they do a few vids and then boom, 3 months later, like, okay, I'm done. But so I understand where it takes a while for that person to be, the 1,000 subs and the however many hours of viewing time totally makes sense. But to limit them to almost where they got to overcome different things to succeed, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Right. No, and I agree. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to say other than I agree that it doesn't make sense. But we're getting past it. I'm we're
Without a
making do
doubt,
with what we got.
with flying colors, and people love it. So
Yeah, because that was my thing. Like, when I kind of started hitting my channel hard and I saw some of these live videos, I was like, oh man, that would be so cool to go live. And I was like, but I can't. And then
yeah,
I think it was Chad and Betty, and not that anybody else wouldn't have. Just those were the first two that hit me up, and they're like, "Oh no, you got to get StreamYard, blah blah blah." And then boom, I was live, and I was like, "This is pretty cool." But then I didn't do it for a while. I don't know. I mean, I like the lives, but I like the videos too. I think we talked about this last night on your
oh
show.
yeah,
The live is just easier because you don't have to do the editing. You don't have to, once you get the camera set up, it's set up. You don't have to, worry about different angles and then, or different. Because see, my thing too, I've got 3 GoPros and I run 2 of them quite often. So it gets messy. With the live, it's there. If I want to show you a different angle, well, whoop, there you go. So.
and what a challenge that I'm not even. Number one, I just have my phone still, but eventually I'd like to try to learn how to do all that other kind of editing and get the different angles. You do a good job with that. Palmetto does the where it switches from. It seems like it's still live, but it's from one view to the next. Dieter Melhorn and some of the other really big channels, and of course I'd eventually like to get to that where you can see one angle to the next, and it's just the editing and timing involved with that is just crazy. Where as a sub that's never tried to do that, the timing on that is just crazy how you actually do that.
Yeah, and I've tried a few different things out. I know I've got some videos out there where those are kind of like my earlier videos where I was, I kind of had a fight angle where you're fighting the fish.
Yeah.
Then I had a camera on the net, so you're getting the net, and then I ran that for a while, and then it was cool. Don't get me wrong, and I'll probably go back to it at some point in time. But then let's see what I did after that. I think I did I think I had like a straight on camera off my rod rack. And I did another one where it was off to the side of my console, kind of facing backwards, trying to get some takedowns and stuff. And then fishing with Chris and his dad on their pontoon boat. I've got, here it is. I've got this arm right here and a clamp, and I was clamping it on the side of the bimini top for the pontoon. I got some really good footage on that. That's kind of my last couple videos. So I'm wanting to build something for my boat where I can get, out of the way of me and netting and fighting the fish and all that stuff. But if I can get a pole right there where I can clamp that on it and get a few more, takedowns and stuff like that. But, it can be a pain. But for me, the editing and the videos, it's worth it. As easy as lives are, it's a lot. You can compact the action down into 5 or 10 minutes. Where as a live, they're fun if you're there in person and you're in the live. But if you miss it and you're going back and watching it, it can be boring sitting there, because you can't interact with people anymore. It's the lives
people
already.
Are watching the people that are watching your live replays are the ones that are your true subs that are gonna support you. Whatever, they're gonna go back and they actually want to go back and they'll watch your live replay with the live replay chat to see what everybody said. I'm gonna be honest, I do it.
I'm not saying people won't, and I go back and watch some lives, but
and I'll have I'll have the live chat replay going, and I'll laugh at the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing as being there, but you still get you see what everybody said and the jokes that were made but yeah, are you going to sit through that for 3, 4, 5 hours as opposed to if you're live? Yeah, you might do that, but to actually watch that replay and watch everything for that, that's one of the things that I'm trying to, because I'm starting out. Oh, well, thank you very much, Betty. Awesome. Isn't she amazing?
Yeah. So since she's in here, Betty, you are currently my only moderator that's in here right now. And I hope that Katie's still in here because she was the one asking for it. But if you can share this link right here, and then, whoops, what did I just do there? That link, and then what was the other one? That JV hunting that Mike Turner was talking about. If you could find that link and share that, that'd be awesome. But yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just trying to get that out there before Betty.
Oh no, without a doubt. The Betty and Chad and Dee and all these people that, when I first came in, those are the ones that are like, wow, these people are awesome. And then even today, I think it was today, where Betty and Brandon were out crappie fishing, and just to have that, you're like actually talking to them while they're crappie fish. It was awesome. And then she's just always so forget about YouTube, just what she does every day, dealing with on the front lines of what we got going on and with this.
Absolutely.
And she used to be a nurse at the VA for veterans. So just
really? I didn't know that part.
Oh yeah, so much respect for her and Brandon. But yeah, there's so many people like that when you come into here that even Rebecca was, when she first came in, somebody didn't see the comment she said, and I'm like, well, hold on, give us a chance. Not everybody sees everything at the first time, and if you give us a chance, you'll find out that everybody will accept you, and we want you. Oh, well, thank you so much, Betty. But and then now she's here. She was last night. She was here again tonight. She's in with everybody's. We don't. It's hard to catch the first comment from when everybody come in, but like I said, that first night, I had to say a couple things, and then somebody caught something, and it was Norm from Catfish Headhunters, and the Chad and the D and yourself and Betty, and the more you come in, there's a show every night from Monday to Sunday, and then people see your names a couple times, and you're just. It's almost like you're accepted from day one, and it's like people. They're like, "Yeah, come on in, join us." Like, here we are. We're here Tuesday. We're here Wednesday. Come back tomorrow night and watch this show, and it's just amazing.
Looks like LG Cats made his way in here tonight.
LG Cats, there you go. What do you think, Tom? Is a name change in the order? Yeah, I've been trying to convince him to take his bass boat out to do catfishing, but
hey, that's what I use. It works.
Yeah, but he's still kind of a bass fisherman, so he's not quite willing to put all those rod holders and get all that catfish slime, and we're not quite as the cat fishermen aren't quite as upscale as the bass fishermen yet, but
yeah,
I'm still
Roger said that my boat is a bass boat by name only, or maybe I said that when we were talking about it. I don't know, but it doesn't have carpet on it. It's got some kind of like grip paint, and the slime washes right off of it. I'll drill all kinds of holes in it and stuff. I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm looking for functionality, not.
Well, there you go. Looks, that explains your name, Catfish Chasers. That's it.
That's right. That's right. So, hey, thanks for doing that for me, Betty. Until you and LG Cats came in there, I didn't have any moderators. And
I tell you what, Derek, if we keep doing that, that name is going to stick. LG Bass will be gone. It'll be LG Cats from now on.
Absolutely. I'll push for that. But it looks like Katie's out of here anyway, so I don't think that she saw those links, but I don't know. Hopefully it'll help her out.
She's another new one that's been just she came in, and I've talked to her a few times outside of YouTube, and another one that's just has some outside issues that you don't have to think about when you're here talking with us on YouTube. Everybody is at the same playing field, and for what she does for supporting everybody. She's on Palmetto Cat's Boom Squad, and you'll see her on everybody's lives and chats, and
oh yeah, absolutely.
She's just totally awesome. Oh, she's still here.
Yep, she got them. So it wasn't for nothing. But no, I want to go back real quick, and I doubt I'll be able to find it, so I'm not going to try. Okay, I lied. I will try. Whoops. Where was that conversation? We was talking. Here we go. I know somebody else just said after that comment was made, it was Josh. They make a camera for that. I want to buy one so bad, but they're expensive, and I'd be so scared I'd lose it or something. But it's Josh helped me out here. Hopefully you remember what it's called. I want to say it's called like a iFish or Go Fish or something like that. And I don't know, man. I want one so bad, but they're expensive. And I wouldn't trust sliding a GoPro down the line.
Yeah,
I'd be too scared it's gonna fall off.
When I first started doing this, my wife got me a cheaper one from Wish. But I don't. I'm like I said, technology passed me by 2-3 decades ago. So I'm still trying to figure out how to get any videos from the SD card you put in to it's the GoPro like type deal.
Yeah, like this right here.
You're actually frozen on my screen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can hear your voice and everything, but the picture. And I've even tried doing that square thing, like I told you last night.
Right. Well, let me try it then.
That hasn't even worked for me.
Still froze?
Yeah, and that's just on my screen. It
Yeah.
sounds like everybody else can see you, and I mean, I hear you totally clear. It's just that your picture on my
Huh.
screen is just. Luckily, it's on not a bad shot, so it's not like one of these. It's not like you're froze
Yeah.
on anything like that. So
The one I've got, and I don't know why I'm showing it to you. You can't see it, you said, but it's a Vivitar. Um, and like you said, it was a lot cheaper. I want to say
yeah,
it was like $40, and I'll run these a lot in derbies and stuff, just
hmm
because there's a
yeah,
greater chance of it getting broken.
yeah. Same
But
type
on
of
the
thing. I've thought of doing that with that same type of thing where you're putting it down
yeah
there where it's. And if something happens and it's lost or break, you're like, oh well, I'm out the $30 or whatever. But that's the type of thing. That's what I've been trying to figure out how to do those.
yeah that the only thing like with that Go Fish um, that we were talking about, you can tie it right onto your main line. So it's not going to fall off where you would have to rig something up like this, and then it might not even be in the right angle.
Yeah.
So that Go Fish, I mean, as far as what I've seen, it's basically going to be pointing right at the hook.
Mhm.
So I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I might get a wild hair one day and go ahead and buy it and see what happens. But
Well, you know what's going to happen within a year or two. Of course, it'll be out and it'll be marketed to all the cat fishermen, and just like the catfish boats that are out now. That some of the things. What did somebody say? It's we were talking about that last night, where catfishing used to be the hillbilly that threw the line out without even a pole, and now it's somebody put up $74 million a year industry just for uh, labeled cat fishermen.
right. Yeah,
So
it's definitely turned into a money game in some aspects, and I don't know. It's crazy. It's growing. Sometimes I say in a good way. Sometimes I'd say in a not so good way. But it's
I
growing. So
totally agree with what you're saying right there. Yeah, it's awesome to have that stuff, but sometimes it's like, wow, I used to be able to get that a lot cheaper until it was demand for it.
yeah, yeah. So Josh, we were talking about that last night.
Yeah.
We were talking about this line right here, the try line big game. I've got 100% confidence in this line, but if it snags, I mean, well, I'll put it to you plain and simple. If that line were to snag with a $150 camera on it, I'd be swimming.
I'm swimming. That's right.
Yep.
My disabled ass is out there swimming. So
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, you find that magic bait, buy me a couple bags of
oh, he's talking about that. Every Walmart, every Kmart, every whatever has got the bag of magic bait
it. Yeah,
for
or
about
you have those.
$5 or $6 a bag, right?
Yeah, or you always have that bag of green shad. I mean, shad.
Yeah. Yeah, fluorescent green shad. Where did that
Yeah.
come from?
I don't know. I've never even used it. I've never even thought about using it. I don't see how that. I don't. Yeah, no. It's a no for
That's
me.
that's in every Walmart across America. There's that fluorescent green freeze dried shad labeled as the best catfish bait in America.
It's probably still the same
Where
shipment from the very beginning.
Yeah, I'm like, where did it come from? I don't know.
Right, right.
I
So
myself,
looks like
I would rather use my lemon Kool-Aid chicken than that damn fluorescent I can't even see how you could cast out that freeze dried shad. I
Oh
think
yeah, it
that
probably
would,
fall apart.
yeah, I can't even see how that would even stay on the hook long enough to do anything.
Right, right. Looks like Katie's heading out. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Katie, you too. I hope everything's going well for you. God bless you on the she had a couple of new she's the aunt to a couple of new family members, so God bless you with
Awesome.
that. God bless your whole family. I hope everything that we've talked about before is going well for you, Katie. God bless you and keep doing what you're doing. You're an awesome supporter here for everybody. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And absolutely that too.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
we were talking about that last night.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
haven't had the best luck as far as the chicken goes, but yeah, catfish bait section. So okay, um, just a little bit of an inside joke. Yeah, I guess an inside joke kind of thing. I've got a buddy on my Facebook, and he's more of a bass and bass and crappie fisherman. And
Uh-huh.
he posted something about being at Bass Pro Shops yesterday. So of course, I'm a smart ass. I get on there and I was like, "Oh, cool. What'd you get me?" And he's like, "Well, they didn't have any stink bait." I was like, "Stink bait?
Oh.
What's that?" And he's like, "I thought that's what you catfishermen use." I was like, "No, man, shad, shad, shad." But yeah, I don't know, man. That manufactured bait, I'm sure if they were hungry enough, they'd eat it. But I've never really had any good luck with it. So,
Yeah, you
all
know
right,
what?
Josh. We'll see you, man. Thanks for stopping by.
If they're hungry enough to eat that manufactured bait, they're hungry enough to eat the lemon Kool-Aid chicken, they're hungry enough to eat the shad, they're hungry enough to eat night crawlers, hungry enough to eat. If it gets to the point where they're eating that junk at the manufactured bait at Walmart or Kmart's or whatever bait shop or whatnot, they'll eat any other bait that you put out there.
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely. If it gets to the point they're eating that manufactured bait and the green shad, you should be tearing them up on fresh cut shad.
yeah, and the only reason that I have confidence in my lemon Kool-Aid chicken is uh, number one for personal experience. Number two, I've seen the chicken used on a lot of other videos. Number three, when Palmetto Cats did his video about, he actually tested out, excuse me, multiple different flavors of chicken, and they were he caught more fish on lemon chicken
I
than he
remember
did on
that.
anything else. I was like, that just shocked me. That I was like, da ding, da ding. They'll bite on fruit, on sweet flavored, but it seems like acid flavored was the ones that caught more than anything. And
Huh.
I personally went out and tried doing it, and
Right.
I had multiple different flavors of uh, chicken out there. And same thing, it started biting on the acid flavored chicken. Again, I was like, ding, ding. And then I did my lives, and every week we caught multiple catfish on lemon flavored chicken. Some of them, more than every week we had caught double 10-pound or more, 20 pounds, 16 pounds, 18 pounds chicken on, catfish, blue cats on lemon flavored chicken, lemon Kool-Aid flavored chicken. I'm like, well, I'm gonna have this bait as that's my B bait that I'm always going to have with me. If I can get fresh cut shad, fresh cut bluegill, etc., I'll have that too. But this is the bait that I'm always going to have with me. Also, we talked about that last night. Having the best thing to do is have some different. Um, it could be you could go from one day to the next. One day they're killing bluegill, and the next day you won't get a bite. So if you have multiple different baits with you every day you go out there, you're just totally increasing your chances of catching fish. And if you listen to them, they'll tell you what they want at that day, at that time. So all you're doing is increasing your odds of if you're willing to try different baits. you're increasing your odds of catching more fish more consistently, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And kind of like what you just said, one day they might be hitting on one thing, the next day it might be something completely different.
Yeah.
So yeah, but real quick before we start talking again, I'm gonna go get me a refill real quick on the drink, and I'll be right back. So
All right.
you can see chat, right? If you hit the chat button.
Let me see. I'll try it. Comments. Oh yeah. Hey.
Yeah,
Well,
but see, then you
for
can't see yourself, and you're jumping back and forth. So
thank you for teaching me that. I never knew you could even possibly see
really,
chat.
yeah, you can. That's what I was doing last night. But you kind of like you were saying as a guest, you got to bounce back and forth. Especially like when I was trying to show a rod off or whatever last night.
Yeah, and I
I
went
have
to
to
the
go.
ones.
Yeah,
Well,
I have to get off chat so I could see what I was doing. And yeah,
when you hit chat, the private, I never knew about going to comments and you could see the other chat. You just can't see the screen. Well, you see that? That's why you do these things. You learn something. I taught you some things last night. You're teaching me things here
sure
tonight.
did, sure did.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, so go ahead. You can take your time. I got this.
All right. Well, I trust you, man.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate the confidence. That is awesome. Yeah, this is why we love doing these things. I can't thank Derek enough. Last night he was on my live last night for 4 or 5 hours, and it's awesome. And Mike Costello, great job what you've been doing. Can post a video of a fish caught in chicken. Yeah, man. I'm old school and the chicken livers and whatnot. Yeah, but to actually have chicken breasts that you're putting these flavors in, until I saw a couple videos of it and Palmetto Cat's doing where he caught it on lemon. I was thinking, no way, acid flavored chicken is going to catch fish better than like strawberry or sweet flavors. But sure enough, I've caught more on lemon chicken than I have caught on a lot of other things. The fish in my photo was caught on half chicken breast. There you go, Catfish Cameron. Exactly. Mike Costello, I've got my phone and I've got an old laptop that is like Windows, whatever the last Windows version that just went where they don't have no more support for it. That's what we have on the laptop that I had just figured out how to get going again. But I tell you what, my friend, I totally appreciated that. And excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah, lemon chicken breast. When you go back outdoors, Jesse, if you watch Kevin's Palmetto Cats video, he said it was actually one of his most watched videos where he did different flavors of Kool-Aid chicken. That's one of his most watched videos. It's crazy. Outdoors. Yeah, man. I saw you accepted my friend request on that the other day. We will definitely get in touch with that. Tell Noah we said hello to him. You got it seems like you got an awesome son there. Anybody that's not sub to Mike Costello, he was out this past weekend fishing with his son. I think he said his son is 12 or 13. Hey, that's what fishing. That's what we're all about. So non-flavored chicken. Yep. Half a chicken breast. Yep. I will do that. If I don't have a big fresh cut bait or big other things, I'll use a whole chicken breast, half a chicken breast. It's a big giant piece of bait, so I will do that. Like I said, every time I go out fishing, I have got at least one pole out there that I call the meat rod that has got the bait on there that will catch the biggest fish that's in that water that I'm fishing. So I guess LG Cat said night, Uncle Josh, or nephew Josh. So I guess our nephew Josh is going to bed there. Mike Turner. All right, Mike Turner, if you're still here, have a good night. If you're already sleeping, I wish you a good, peaceful sleep for a few hours. All right, Katie. Yeah, God bless you with what you all have done for those two youngsters. That's awesome what your family has done, Katie. New comment. Canal chicken carp. Yeah, man, that's one of the in such a fatty, oily bait. I didn't have a lot of luck with it here in the James River, but I know a lot of people will swear by carp. And it's one of those things that don't be afraid Don't be afraid to try different type of baits. If something's not working, try something else. If that's not working, try something else. That's awesome, Mike. Good luck when you're out there. Outdoors addiction. Non-flavored chicken. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go into the whole. It's crazy how far catfishing has come because we're sitting here actually debating. Do we use flavored chicken? What flavored chicken works best? Norm from Catfish Headhunters, his big thing is he'll do just regular chicken with and this is going to be a whole joke thing with the anise, but some people will call it anus chicken, and that's that anise extract or anise oil that it's got that licorice smell to it. But if you put some of that, and what Norm uses is just the plain chicken breast with some of the anise in it, and that's what he'll use. And let's see who's in here. I don't know if anybody's in here, but the rod that Norm from Catfish Headhunters just gave away, he won that by using anise flavored chicken. Okay, and there was people using shad, there was people using bluegill. He was using anise flavored chicken, and that's what he caught a 30-something pound. He caught a 30-something pound blue on it, and that's how he won that rod that he had just given away. So, Catfish Cameron, anise. I'll tell you what, the best tiger muskie attract. Yeah, that something about fish and licorice, that anise licorice flavor. That is, if you go back years and years ago with soft plastics, that was one of the first. That was one of the anise and grape was actually one of the first couple of flavors that they actually started adding to soft plastics and whatnot. We're talking, decades ago, but I don't know the science behind it, but that is what they used to use. Mike Costello. Mike Costello, are you going live tonight? Or are you going to do a video? Jesse, outdoors. What I've noticed, this is just my opinion, and again, I preface this with the flavored chicken is my B bait because I know I know that it will catch, you'll get action on flavored chicken. But what I've noticed with Kool-Aid and Jello, Kool-Aid being that it's a it's more of like a juice type powder. It'll penetrate into the chicken. It'll penetrate in more, so that flavor is deeper into the chicken. Your Jello tends to be exactly what it is, Jello. So it gels around the outside of the chicken. So it may be a stronger scent to begin with, but it tends to wash out of the chicken quicker. So what I've actually been trying to do lately is do a combination of half a pack of Jello and a pack of Kool-Aid. So you've actually got a Kool-Aid Jello chicken, so you get the best of both of them. So you actually get the Kool-Aid that penetrates in deeper to the chicken, so the flavor actually, the scent actually goes out longer. And you get the Kool-Aid, which is that gel on the outside of the chicken that gets that stronger scent to begin with. So you kind of get the best of both of them. Tried both tonight, lemon and no flavor. Well, let us know how that works, Mike. Some strawberry. Well, Tom, let us know how that goes. I've had, like I said, you've seen on my videos where I've had both, and the lemon is just the one that's worked for me the best. But you know, and it's different, and some like what we were talking about last night. It's different in different areas and different lakes. You could have one lake and a river next to one another, and it might one flavor or one thing will work better in one lake and not the other. And who knows why? But it goes back to the confidence that you're having. Yeah, Jesse, that's what I was asking him. Mike, are you going live tonight? Oh, maybe not sure, but I'm thinking about it. Okay. Yeah, give it a try, Jesse. It's you know, like I said, that's my plan B bait. I always have it with me. And if I can make my B bait even better, that's what I do.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, you're back. Now all I gotta do is figure out how to switch back. Hey, Anthony, appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Hey, what's going on, man? I just sent him the link over there a minute ago. I saw he asked to join one of the groups I was in, and he's got a pretty cool thing going up on Lake Erie, and we've been kind of talking about it back and forth. So I figured I'd send him the link. Which if you don't get accepted to that group by the time I get off here, I'll go ahead and accept you. I don't feel like I can do it while I'm on here. I don't know. Mike, as far as I know, most of your late night lives are already over. I know Chunky is done. DMV is done unless he went live again. Uh, Palmetto Cats, I believe, is still doing his 24-hour live, so he should be on there. But I think that's about it. So I think if you go live tonight, I think you'll be all right. Your phone? You haven't had it in here. Hey, what's going on, Garrett? How you been, man? Stan was in here for a minute. I don't know where he went. Um, I said it earlier in the show, but I would say there's a few more people on here. Any of you guys that have smaller channels, I mean, I guess really you don't even need a channel. If you want to come in and get on camera, just let me know. I'll send you the link, and you can come on in and chat. I'm sure Stan won't mind to share the screen if he even comes back. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, if you guys want to come in here, whether you have a YouTube channel or not, just let me know, and I'll send you the link. You guys can come in, and like I said, especially if you have a YouTube channel, come in and talk about it and maybe pick up some subs. So, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to post the link again anyway for Stan. So anybody else that wants to jump in, just hit that link and I'll bring you on in if I can remember how to do it. Stam, I guess you did what I did. When I go to click off chat, I hit leave sometimes. So I'm not sure if that's what you did or not, but good possibility. I've done it plenty of times. Here's somebody. Is it Stan? It is. Stan the man coming back in. Hang on a minute here. Uh-oh, what'd I do? There we go.
There you go.
There it
You
is.
got it. Yeah, it takes a minute, but and this is the point that that I want to put out for anybody that's like nervous about doing this stuff. You know, your last night you said it was your first time being like rather talking like this on a live. I've done it before, and I was just while you were going, I was doing the chat like you. Awesome job you did last night because we actually gained viewers last night while I was gone. So you did an amazing job keeping everything going. But if you hit the wrong thing, you know, I hit the wrong thing. I was gone. Boom, you popped me right back up. And this is your first time doing that. So you really can't, there's no way you can screw this up. It's
true.
You know, you hit the wrong thing. Oh, well, the person will bring you back up, or you know, it's the same thing like you're out there on the boat or on the bank. You cast the wrong bait out, you make a mistake. Oh, well, you reel it in and cast it back out. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, here's what took me so long to bring you back in. Right there.
Yeah.
I just found out I could edit that.
Yeah.
But no, it's good, you know, messing around on StreamYard, figuring some things out. It's all cool. Oh, it looks like we got a question. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say this is the best place to practice because we're just sitting here with friends talking amongst one another. So, you know, what better place to actually learn how to do this?
Right, and that's like, you know, you were trying to come back in when I was saying it, so I don't know if you heard it or not, but you know, and sorry for everybody else in chat if you did hear it. I was talking about bringing somebody else in. You know, like you just said, this is the perfect time. You know, there's not a lot of people out here. You know, and so we got 9 people in here. You know, it's all a nice tight knit, you know, group.
Yeah.
So this is the perfect place for a first live if somebody was looking to get a little experience.
Oh yeah, you ever wanted to jump up and try it right now? I mean, our competition right now is you know, Elston and Palmetto Cats, and you know, so
I heard Elstan was done, but I don't know if
did
it's
he
true or
finish?
not.
Oh yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah, he's done. But you know, this is the perfect time to actually just you know, that was another thing when I first started. It's like, well, damn, I don't want to make an ass out of myself. But then I realized, well, hell, I've done that. I'm old enough now that I've done that a bunch of times before, anyhow. So
You and me both. So it looks like we got a question, and I'm gonna go ahead and answer it real quick, and I'll let you answer it in your opinion. I'm sure we both have different opinions, but so basically, to answer your question, there you go. So my opinion on that, you know, as long as they're not in a direct heat source, you know what I mean? Like the light in this room is over here. It's not very bright. It's pretty far away from the line, you know, which my line gets changed out pretty frequently anyway. But that's kind of more what you want to look for, in my opinion, is like the, you know, the old dried out line and stuff like that. I keep it in the house just because my garage is pretty small and it's pretty cluttered, so things get broken, lost, dirty, you know, stuff like that. But you know, if you have the garage space non-climate controlled, I don't know exactly where you're from, but I don't see it getting hot enough or cold enough to really affect anything. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. Stan, if you want to chip in your opinion.
100%. The biggest thing you want to do with your rods is I have a 3-bay garage here in Virginia. One of my bays is the boat. Well, like I said, the boat that we have is an old Bayliner, and my son's trying to rebuild the motor now. But the whole wall of that is our poles and this and that and the other things. As long as it's out of direct sunlight, the worst thing you can do is to store your rods or reels in direct ultraviolet light. As long as you're keeping it out of that, we're not in Alaska. We're not in any of the extreme things where it gets down to, like minus 50 degrees or 100 and plus degrees. You keep it out of direct sunlight. That is your direct sunlight, like the one for those of us that used to keep it in the back of the pickup truck up on the window where it was, the sun beating through it, hitting the line every day. If you avoid that, that's the biggest thing the direct sunlight will kill your rods and lines and the wrappings on your rods where you have a lot of eyes that break off and stuff. Most of that is because of direct sunlight.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it last night. First of all, LG Cats looks like he's going to bed. So I appreciate you stopping in. I had to get one more in.
Definitely. I love it. I love it.
Going back to that real quick. We talked about it last night a little bit. If you get a nick in your line's starting to fray, changing it out. So that's a big thing for me. Every couple trips, where I'm always dragging the bottom, I'll go ahead and cut 6 or 8 foot off the bottom of my line, retie it. That way I know the knot's good. And for me, depending on how much I fish and what the line's looking like, usually twice a year, like once halfway through the season, and once. Well, my seasons are pretty long. I try to fish as much as I can, but when I kind of hang it up for the really really cold months or when the water freezes, my first time out, I'll change my line every year. And then, like I said, depending how much fishing I do and how much line I cut off, I might change halfway through the year too. But just keep an eye on your line. It'll tell you if it's starting to get frayed, nicked, delicate from heat or anything like that. But I think a non-climate controlled garage or inside the house, as long as you keep it away from the registers and all that stuff, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, keep it away from direct heat, direct sunlight, those type of things. And like here in Virginia, it's year round. The winter months are actually some of your best months for your bigger fish, which sometimes everybody thinks, okay, it's the end of the season, I'll just go through winter. Well, no, that's the best time to change your line is right before that here in Virginia. Because we don't have frozen waters and whatnot. So you're going out fishing for those bigger monster fish. So, when the fall starts, that's a good time for us here to change your line. The fall and the beginning of spring, we might change our line twice. And that's another reason why I use Berkeley Big Game, $6-7 for a whole spool of it. Well, there you go. On my value budget, I can change that even on my poles a couple times a year. So
yeah, and like we were talking about last night, man. That's take the price out of it. It's really good line, and that's kind of going along here with Cameron's comment. Personally, I hate braid. Nothing against you or using braid. Just my personal opinion. The way I fish, I hate braid. And I found this tri-line big game, Berkeley Big Game, whatever you want to call it, and I started using it. And I probably started using it because, like you were saying, the price point. But even after that, it's just such good line. I can't steer away from it. So the fact that it's $6 a spool is just an added bonus.
A bonus, yeah. Well, it's the same thing here in Virginia where you can use as many poles as you want. So you start trying to put braid on 7, 8, 9, 10 poles. If you don't got a budget, if you got the money to afford it, hey, do whatever you want. But if you're trying to keep the best line, on all your poles, you know, that's the way to do it. And and on top of that, for it to be one of the, you know, I said it last night, I was literally snagged a week or two, I think it was last week, and I put my hand on it, and I'm 400 plus pounds, and I'm leaning back on it, trying to, you know, you reel it up and you get in there as tight as you can, and you're trying to pull it. I was literally having it hold my weight like that. And that 40-pound big game was holding my 400-pound big booty, literally leaning against it. And, you know, how can you beat that? But as far as that goes, even in my family, my son is braid. He loves braid. I don't like braid. So through your own experiences, you know, you get what everybody's going to have their different opinion.
Yeah, and you know, it also depends what kind of fishing you do. This is going to go back, you know, a long time in chat, but you know, people were talking about pay lakes earlier. You know, I'm man enough to admit it. I think everyone that lives in Ohio at some point in time has fished a pay lake. You know, I used to do it. I don't anymore. I don't agree with, you know, the way that all that stuff works. I've got friends that still do it. So that's a whole other conversation, you know, for another day. But you know, and that's kind of what got me away from it was, you know, using bank fishing. That line just floats too much. You know, it's always in the way. And that's what kind of did it for me. And then when I started dragging, I picked up this mono. It was a no-brainer to stick with it. You know.
Yeah.
But Mike, what time you plan on? Well, I shouldn't say what time because I don't know what your time zone is. How long until you plan on being at the river?
He's Eastern time. Mike's out of
Eastern time?
He's out of the Carolinas. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, what time are you gonna hit the river, man? Well, actually, so I'm trying to think because Kentucky hits a little bit of Central Time, doesn't it? I want to say.
He's Carolinas. Mike Costello's
No,
in.
no, right. I was just wondering. Well, I know when I was heading to Mississippi, we hit Central Time there for a little bit. I'm assuming it's Central. You know, down in Kentucky and stuff. So I mean, I get how he's Eastern, but it's weird how that works. I don't know.
Isn't it crazy? Like you don't think about these things, and
Right.
this is the issue when you're talking live to people like this. This is the only time that this kind of stuff really comes up. You're like, wow, you're like 2 hours behind me, and I've noticed it when people started commenting because I'm starting at 7 on Sunday mornings. Because we need to start at 7 to make sure that we got the spots on the river. Because if you wait too much longer than that, fishing in the populated area I'm in, people are out. A lot of people are out already fishing at the bank spots. So you got to get out there, you know, kind of before as the sun's coming up and whatnot. And I had a couple people comment that are watching from California, like, you know, you're going live and it's still only 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning here. And I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. It's like when I first started posting my Sunday videos. I started posting them at like 8 a.m. And you know, the people out, you know, like your Mark and your Dockery out in Missouri, you know, they're like 6 a.m. for them or something. You know? So I started posting at 10, and it seemed to work a little better. But then I posted a video at like 9 o'clock on a Friday, and it did really well. So then I tried another 9 o'clock on Friday, and it was kind of so. So I don't know. You know, like I was saying last night on your channel, I'm not so sure I'm gonna have a schedule for the next couple months, and then I'll figure out a new day, new time, maybe when it comes to next year, as far as the spring and all that stuff goes. So
you know, I haven't put out enough videos yet. I just do the Sunday morning lives, couple of videos. I'm trying to get to where what I want to do is what I've been thinking about is doing every couple of lives, taking the videos out of those lives of the fish that we've caught, and just doing like, you know, like a 10-minute video. Bam, here's the video of the fish we've caught over our past. Maybe if I do it once a month, even like this is the October fish we've caught in our lives.
yeah, I would. You know, I've done that a couple times. I pulled pulled fish out of. Well, see, usually when I'm live, I got my GoPro rolling too, and you know I'll take the fish out of that because, like you were saying, you've got some people that'll go back and watch from start to finish that
Yeah.
whole live, but I would say probably the majority of people won't. You
Mhm.
know, so I will, and plus you get different angles and stuff. You know, it's a different experience when it's an edited video versus live. So
100%.
so yeah, I'll post them both up, you know, and yeah, I would do it. 100% I would do that.
And that's one of the things I want to get as I get uh you know, I'm on a value budget, so as I get more uh equipment and things like that, and as my our channel grows and stuff, and then I learn how to do different things like the editing, like you do, where you're putting the different angles together. That'll be, you know, that's part of growth. Like you learn how to do different things, and uh, you know, but right now the lives is kind of the big thing that we do, and but that's what I'm looking to do next is just take a couple of weeks of those, and bam, here's our catches over the past whatever, and trying to go from there. And then, like you said, eventually, as I get different equipment where I'm wearing the actual GoPros, or we have those right now, it's my phone. That's our that's our view, and that's it. And
Nothing wrong with that either.
but that goes back to the whole thing we were talking about. Just get started. Do what you can do. Whatever you're comfortable with. And if you're yourself and you're doing the things and you're catching fish, or even if you're just out there talking to people and having a good time, people watch and you'll grow. And then, okay, I can do this, and then you go to the next thing, and you know, then it goes back to the whole confidence thing. That whether it's actually confidence in doing the videos, or confidence in the bait you're using, or confidence in boat versus, you know, you have confidence in the boat, I have confidence in the bank. You know, that's a whole nother. You know, the confidence in what you're doing is another thing that just it just ties everything together.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I put that on the screen because I'm kind of curious, Cameron, why you and I'm not bashing you or anything. I'm just curious why you would want a non-level wind reel. Like I said, nothing against you. I just personally, you know, level
Isn't that
wind
what isn't that what Justin from Kayak Catfishing uses, where they got to do the thumb to do it themselves?
probably, yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, you know, if
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm just a lazy guy. I don't know. But
No, to me, that's another aspect of when I'm fighting a fish. The last thing I want to try to do,
it's more work.
yeah, or more, you know, all right, drag, all right, this or that, especially if, you know, you get a 80, 90 pounder on, are you going to want to try to worry about bringing that line back and forth across?
Right.
You know, you don't have blues, that size blues, but say you go down to a different area, the last thing you want to think about, or you know, you hook into a 20 or a 30 or 40 pound channel cat that might, or even that 60 pounder that might beat the record. Hey, you know, you put enough time out there, you never know. It's like we talked about last night, time on the water.
Absolutely.
You got that record channel cat on. Are you going to want to worry about going back and forth with the line to get that? And if you don't do that, it goes on that one side. You can't reel it in. It just stops.
Yep. Yeah.
I know
I see what
kayak
Cameron.
a big
Go ahead.
cast.
Yeah, yeah. Which I mean, you know, I've never used a non-level wind reel, so I didn't know the advantage to it. You know, but and I don't know if he's fishing off of the bank or if he's wanting a big cast from, you know, on anchor. You know, but you know me, when I'm trolling, dragging baits on the bottom, you know, out of the boat, a lot of times I won't even cast it. Sometimes I'll drop it straight down. Sometimes I'll kind of give it just a little flick, you know. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll just give it, you know, a little cast, you know, like almost like a bass fishing, you know. I won't. I guess, you know, the boat kind of gives me that extra advantage where
Yeah.
casting distance isn't a fear of mine.
From what I've seen, Cameron is mostly bank fishing,
Okay.
but even at that, the distance of the cast, I would rather have the reel doing the work of putting the line back and forth. That's just me. You know, everybody. Hey, if you're able to do that, and there is, you know, like I said, kayak catfish and Justin, that's what he has that one, and I've seen several others. You look at some tuna fishermen, the tuna fishermen out on those, they'll have the big ass rods like that where they're controlling the line back and forth. So to each your own. But myself, when I've got that monster on, the least things that I've got to do, the less, you know, the more things you got to do, the more mistakes you can make. The least things you got to do that, you know, take care of themselves. If that reel is already putting the line back and forth for me, I don't have to think about that. That's another thing.
Right.
You know, that's just me. You know, everybody's got and again, it goes back to the confidence thing that we talked about.
Yep. Yep. Everything's all about confidence. Whatever you like best, whatever you're the most confident in, that's what's going to work best for you, and that's what you're going to use more often. That's what you're going to, you know, capture bigger fish on, more fish. And it's not that it's right or wrong. It's just that you're more confident with that. So, um, so Cameron, for me, just making the step, and I don't know if you've ever used baitcaster before. You know, like I said, I just we just kind of met last night, so I haven't had a chance to, you know, look at your channel or anything. So I don't know if you've ever used baitcaster before, you know, if you've only used spinning gear, but in my opinion, just making that step from spinning gear
Still
up
here.
to a baitcaster is you know, the bait casters. I mean, they're your workhorses. Not that there's not good spinning reels out there, but in my opinion, a bait caster is it's a stout reel. And those worm gears, I mean, can they break? Yes, but it's super uncommon, man. You know, I've used, so this reel I've got right here. I've had this thing for 3 years, and I haven't broke anything on it yet. Um, you know, I mean that worm gear, I don't know about on your low pro bait casters. I hope you can see this.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you're good, Stan. So all that right there, your worm gear is metal, even inside of it. I know some of them are ceramic, so I don't know if that's what you're worried about, but everything in there is a metal, and you know, I have confidence in it that it's not going to fail. But again, that's just my opinion. And that's another thing when you go from a low profile bait caster, like a bass, you know, bass reel or whatever, to one of the round bait casters they call them. I think you're gonna be pleased with that too. Just they're so smooth and the ease of operation compared to your low profile bait casters like on the bass reels. That's just night and day. But you know, but like I said, wow, Stan just said it himself. It's a confidence thing. So if you're more confident with a non-level wind, or if you're more confident with a spinning, reel, then by all means, I know Palmetto has a little bit of both, and you know, uh, whatever you like best is what you should use. Brandon Cross, as far as I know, he only uses spinning gear, and he just doesn't like the chance of bird's nest and stuff. I'm pretty sure is what he told me. So yeah. I hope I'm not freezing up. My phone just kind of glitched or something. I don't know. My screen went dark and I got the loading symbol. So
Yes, you're still good here.
to run mono on a spinning reel for me is like $250 just for a reel. Wow. I'm not sure. I don't know if you're just talking about how much it'll hold or what, but I don't know how you're spending $250 on online for one reel, unless you're using some really, really high-end line. Because I think, just for example, going back to this line, there's 600 yards on this spool, and like me and Stan were talking about, it's $6.
Wait, did you
So
mean 250 or do you mean $250 or did you forget a decimal point in there and meant $2.50? Because if you're using big game, it's about $2.50 for a reel.
yeah, yeah, I'm not, or I don't know, maybe he's talking about the reel itself. I don't know. He's kind of got me lost.
For mono, because even braid, it's hard to run $250 for a reel.
Yeah, yeah.
I bet you it was $2.50 because that's about what I figured it out to be, even with my
Well,
big
I'd say
spin.
so. I would say so because this right here is. Hang on a minute. This one is full, and this one is one, maybe two reels, and I mean you can see how much is gone. So yeah, I'd say about $2.50.
Yeah. You know
So
what, Derek? I gotta say something. We've been on screen a couple nights now here. That's one thing I love. You've got a visual example. You know, we talked about poles, you're like, bam. You talked about line, you're like, bam. That's
well,
been
I mean
awesome.
it's kind of well, I can't talk though, so that's going against me.
Well, hey, it happens to all of us.
It was kind of accidental. So we have this spare bedroom back here, so I kind of packed it full of my fishing crap. Then I kind of moved me in like a little tiny desk, and I was kind of doing my editing out of here.
Uh-huh.
Well, then a lazy boy recliner, you can't beat it. So I went back there to use do my editing with. But for my live feeds, just to try to kind of cancel out some of the background noise and stuff, I'll come back in here. So yeah, I mean, I've got pretty much anything I use for fishing. I mean, hell, my depth finders are over there. I mean, my planer boards are down here. If you want to talk about it, buddy, you
That's
got questions
awesome.
about it. Now's
There's
the
not a
time.
lot of
I've got
people
it.
you don't run into a lot of people like that. It's like, okay, planer board, rod,
Absolutely.
reel.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean,
Want to talk about my trolling motor? Here it is.
oh,
That's been awesome.
yeah. Yeah. If I could fit the boat in here, man, we'd do a walk around.
That's too funny.
Yeah, but no, I see what Cameron's saying now. He's talking about buying the reel. But
Oh,
again, I'm not. I don't understand why. And I hate saying it like that. I feel like he thinks I'm bashing on him. I'm not. But a low end bait caster. Dang it, hang on. A low end spinning reel would be fine with mono too. Like I know. Again, I've got a visual aid in the other room, but there's a reel that they sell at Walmart, and it's made by Quantum, and it's the Optics 60 or Optics 80. That's a pretty heavy duty spinning reel. I think it's like $30,
yeah.
something. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, and like I said, Cameron, nothing against you, man. I don't want to see you spend $250 if you don't have to, because $250 is a lot for a reel. I don't care what kind of reel it is.
I know people that got a boat for $250. You know what I'm saying? So
Right, right, right. Which I mean, if that's what you want to use, man, use it. But if I can save you money, then I'd like to help you out with that. Um, yeah, Mike says all he uses is spinning reels. I know people like that. Nothing wrong with that.
oh, and there's another new name I see that just came in. I don't know if I've never seen him on mine. Anthony Molnar Jr. have 4 of them.
Anthony, if you want to talk about this, whether on screen or in chat, I know it's kind of, well, I don't want to say 'cause I'm not for sure, but I know you and Bill kind of have a thing going on with that tournament trail for next year. If you want to talk about it, man, I know there's only 6 people in here, but you're more than welcome to. But me and Anthony, I think his name on Facebook's Tony. I can't remember. That was kind of throwing me off. But we kind of got a hold of each other on Facebook, and we've been kind of talking back and forth. So I think I don't want to say he's never been on my YouTube channel before. I don't know. I've shared my link in his group before. He shared some stuff in my group, so I would say he's been around, but I haven't seen him comment on anything. But comments fly by. So
Yeah, well, you saw me last night on mine. If I was trying to read chat, people thought my screen froze because I had that. Just because I was trying to read.
yeah, I've done it a couple times tonight. It's kind of slowed down a little bit, which I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning, so I understand. But there earlier, I was kind of like, oh shit, hang on, let me go back and. But,
yeah, there you go. There you go, Theodore. Quantum 60s paired on B&M Silver Cats, medium heavy, winches. Bam. Yeah, you can catch anything that swims in America on those pretty much.
That's funny. Jesse says Quantum 60s go perfect with Berkeley big game rods. So I've got a Berkeley big game rod. But
hey,
no,
Berkeley big game rod, $25. I'm a ugly stick. Bam, $30, 30, 39, something like that. Basically the same similar type situation. They're both that same type of rod. My son this past weekend caught a 47-pound blue on my. He took my old like 6 or 7-year-old Catfish ugly stick rod out. He had his for those that watch my live streams, he broke his pen rod about 3-4 weeks ago on a 16-pound blue cat. And in the video, it was pretty funny because you notice that once you go back and rewatch some of your stuff, you heard the rod go. You heard it break when it was trying to land it up onto the bank. So we put that pen reel on my ugly stick rod and caught a 47. It was a 7-foot. It's like I said, it's an old ugly stick, the white Catfish ugly stick rod, medium heavy, and 47-pound blue from a kayak. So, the ugly sticks, the big game rods for those on a budget, you can catch monster catfish on them. You don't need $100 rod. You don't need if you've got a good line, a decent reel, and the right bait, and you're in the right spot. That's all you need.
Drag is huge. I see stuff on Facebook all the time, and people are breaking, line. I mean, heavy line and rods and reels, and I'm like, what are you doing? I mean,
this is what they're doing.
Right
here is what they're doing. Yep. The drag is set too high.
And why would you want to? You know what I mean? Like the fun is in fighting the fish. Why do you want to just like what Theodore? I probably butchered that, but what he was saying earlier.
That was pretty good. I think you got it.
With the winch thing, why would you want to just get a winch if you're going to tighten it down that much? You know what I mean? Uh-oh, tangled up.
Oh, this is pretty cool. I'm glad you told me about this. this is awesome because when I've been on panel or a guest on somebody else's show, I never knew that I could do the chat like this because I can kind of see through chat. I can see you and I can see, through the back of the chat. I guess it's kind of like what you were doing last night.
Yeah.
So I've kind of sat there like an idiot on other panels when I've been up as a guest for somebody else and have no clue what chat is trying to say. I had no idea that I could do it like this. This is awesome.
Right. Yeah, it definitely helps. But yeah, Jesse, that is what that was, a blue and white nightstick. Absolutely. And this, so again, I don't know if you were in here when I just, kind of admitted my guilt here, but back when I used to pay Lake, this was my sister's rod. And now that I'm out of the game, and she'll boat fish with me here and there. This rod, it's a 9-footer. So it kind of gets the rod away from the boat a little bit, but nothing too crazy. And then I just run, I hope you can see it, just a Carolina rig with a 2-ounce no roll, and that's my suspending rod. That way it's always set up. If I go somewhere that I suspend, that's what I have these for.
Derek, what kind of what rod is that? What's the name on that rod?
Hang on a minute. It's a nightstick.
A nightstick. That's a nice look. Myself, I like white rods because day or night you can see them very well. Especially you get older, you can't see as well. That kind of thing's important. That is an awesome looking rod.
Yeah, and really, they're pretty cheap, to be honest. I mean, I don't know if prices have went up, but when these were bought, I'm talking under $50, like
wow.
35 to 45.
That's crazy.
They're pretty cheap.
Yeah. Again, look at the quality of that rod. It looked like they've got stainless steel eyes. I didn't see inserts in there.
They do have inserts.
Do they really?
Yeah.
But still, for 30, that's an awesome looking rod.
Yeah, they're not bad. Jesse, the one, so okay, those two I got off of a buddy, but I've got 2 or 3 other ones. They're not white and blue though. I think one's red and white, and I forget the other colors. But just my local bait shop had them.
I'm only laughing because Jesse there going with his going to the auctions and stuff like that. I'm sure he knows a lot of he was like, yes, I'm right. That was a nice.
Yeah,
I'm sure he knows a lot of reels and rods and whatnot just by the colors and the sight of what he's looking at.
If he can tell me what those are, I'd be impressed.
I know what they are. They're your crappie rods.
Yeah, they're not wrong. But I was gonna say something earlier. Let me see if I can. Mike Costello was talking about Eagle Claw. I've got one of those hiding somewhere too. Right there. That kind of yellowish rod.
Yeah. There it is.
Yep, right there. Good old Eagle Claw, 10-footer.
Yeah, it's crazy as you start talking to people and you do these live. It's amazing because my father was Ugly Stick, so that's what I just kind of that's kind of just what I've stuck with and stuff. But
well, they're good rod.
And the good thing about Ugly Stick is that it actually, even if you're not as experienced as a fisherman, where you're having an issue with drag and stuff, the extra give in that rod, that'll help out if that a monster catfish makes that lunge, the rod will take a lot of that. If you don't have your drag set right, the Ugly Stick rod will take a lot of that that surge of power that you know, they have kind of like when you get them to the boat and they make that last ditch drive down.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what we were talking about there yesterday with the big game. Like I've got over here, the sumos, you know, where they kind of work with your line and kind of give you
Yeah,
a little extra give, you
yeah.
know. But so how'd you pull that off, Cameron? That's unfortunate, man. Those eagle claws are pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, I should say pretty good rods. I haven't used mine a whole lot, but it's a good enough rod. You don't want to break it. That's for sure. So I've used those tiger claw rods. They're all right. I wasn't super impressed with them, but like I said, they're okay.
I gotta say something, Derek. You see, we hit that over 4 hour mark. You see how the tongue, after the more hours you go, the tongue gets a little.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm not sure I recovered from last night.
Yeah, I know it's crazy, but it's the same thing tonight. Here it is, 4 hours and 15 minutes. It was a little bit before I came in, but it seemed like I was just upstairs a few minutes ago, and I'm like, oh, he's still alive. He put the link up. Let me get and here we are at almost 2 in the morning, still just talking fishing.
Whoops. See you, man. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. I'm not so. Did you say he came over from your channel?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
been with Chunky and
Right.
Palmetto, and he's been on my lives, and awesome. He's all over the place, so that's awesome. I'm glad that he found his way to you.
Yeah, it's awesome. I appreciate you stopping in, man. Yeah, and usually when I'm live, I'm on the boat doing some fishing, but we just kind of had some conversations about going live and talking about catfish. So that's what we're doing. Like I said.
Usually if he's live, you're not looking at this. You're looking at polls, so it's a much better live.
I wouldn't say that, but all right, Tony, man, we'll see you. I appreciate you stopping in. Looks like I could flip a profit on those nightsticks. Yeah, Cameron. I used to use 2-piece rods quite often, and then like I was talking about last night with those Catfish Sumo, the 1-piece. Well, for one, the cork handle and the aluminum reel seat, but that 1-piece rod doesn't really have a weak spot. You know what I mean?
Well, this brings up kind of like a trivia question. For most of the rods that you've got to buy that aren't available at like Walmart and this and that has to be shipped to you, do you know why most of them are 7/6 instead of 8 foot?
Because they're 2-piece overlapped.
Well, do you know why they do that?
Oh no.
Anybody in chat know why they do that?
You have to give them a minute. I think chat's a little bit behind.
Yeah, that's the only thing. We got the live where if you're up here, it's like almost instantaneous where what we say to one another. Yep, but then it takes that little bit for chat to catch up and go back and forth.
Well, so here's my thoughts with chat while we're kind of waiting to see if any of those know it. Man, it's getting bad.
Over that 4-hour mark, I'm telling you.
While we are trying to see if they know the answer to your trivia question, well, I think the way it works is they'll wait like for 5 seconds or 3 seconds or whatever and pull whatever comments it is, because I've noticed if they're just talking, they kind of flow in kind of free. But like if you ask a question and a couple of them answer at the same time, like you're waiting and waiting and waiting and it's nothing. Then all of a sudden like 8 answers, you know what I mean? So, and that kind of goes back with the YouTube thing. I wonder if YouTube doesn't have that delay in chat. You know what I mean? I wonder if it's more kind of like us talking.
Instantaneous. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just curious.
Because we're actually going to StreamYard, which then goes back to YouTube.
Right.
And then it goes to each individual phone, and then it goes back to the YouTube, and then back to StreamYard to show up on our. Yeah. I think, yeah.
So
It makes sense.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So
Well,
looks like you've got 2 answers.
what'd they say? Let's see.
I'll pull it up for you. So Mike said made in China, and Cameron said cheap shipping question mark.
Cameron is right. It's the shipping. If you go over, once the rod hits 8 foot and the shipping is 8 foot, then it's actually specialized shipping. So if the shipping container that they ship it in is less than 8 foot, it is cheaper shipping. So where the 8 foot rod would actually be a better, just those few extra inches, you got more, it's a better quality rod, you got more whatever. It's because once you hit 8 foot, that's the for United States Postal Service and whatnot, you qualify for that regular shipping rate. If it goes past 8 foot, bam, it goes into that irregular size and it like doubles and triples the cost of shipping and stuff. So that's
that's
why
the
most
big
of your
thing.
1-piece rods will be 7'6" or less. You won't have your 8 foot or higher 1-piece rods for the regular shipping cost.
Well, I haven't, I mean, not that I've seen every rod ever made, but once you get above 7'6", I don't think I've ever seen a 1-piece rod.
And that's why, because they can't ship it.
Right, right. Well, and I mean, even if they could, how are you going to transport it?
That's, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well, there you go too.
So, yeah, I used to use 10-footers, some 9-footers, occasional 8-footers, but mostly it was 10s for the longest time. And then I started using some 7.5-footers, and that's kind of my preferred rod length now. Again, personal preference, but that's just me.
Yeah, like the last rod I got was the Ugly Stick. It's a 2-piece, but it was the Ugly Stick casting rod, and I got an Okuma Classic. No, it's just no bells and whistle kind of rod. It's got your on off and your bait alerts on the side and your star drag right there. It's like first cast, you know what you're doing automatically. It's just zzz. Oh, this is awesome. It's just I can't recommend the Okuma CLX enough, and that's another tip for value-minded people. If you are on Amazon, don't automatically go to the first thing that you see. You keep searching, and you'll see things that'll say new conditioned, damaged packaging. I got my Okuma, the CLX is a brand new reel, but it said damaged original packaging. I got it for $20 because the corner of the original box, it's a square box. The one corner was like, one corner of the original box was damaged. The reel, perfect. Everything in it, perfect. So it got it for more than half price. So if you're buying things on Amazon, always try to keep searching through and try to find, look for that. If it says, but you got to read it. If it says return product or something like that, well, no, this one said new condition, original package damaged. Well, what you were buying was new. It was just the package in storage and whatnot was crunched in, and so I got my newest rod and reel, $60 for a brand new Okuma and brand new Ugly Stick. I got line and this and the hooks and sinker, $80. If I hadn't catfished before for $80, I had an awesome rod, an awesome reel, line, sinkers, hooks, bam, $80, and I could go out in the James River and catch an 80-pounder.
Right. You want to take this one first?
If I get into a regular caster, is he talking about a spin cast reel or a bait cast reel?
I think he's, because he was talking about, I think it was when you left for a minute. He's used low profile bait casters in the past, like your bass style. I
Yeah.
think he's talking about the round, catfish
Yeah.
style
Well,
bait caster.
you know, for myself, like I said, what I just said, the Akuma, I got an Akuma. I'm a bigger person, so I got big hands, so I like a big reel. And the Akuma CLX, I got a 450, which is a pretty big, stout reel, and it's got the power handle on it. For me, that fits my hands because it's big, and you know, if I was to have a littler reel, it's tough for me to do that. But even at full price, the Akuma CLX I think is 40 something dollars. So to me, that's and there's you don't need the bells and whistles when you're fishing for catfish. You need something that's got a drag. You need something that's got the bait switch on it, and that casts good. And the Akuma CLX for the price point that it's at is awesome. I know people love the Rovers, another good price point one. Sumo, I've heard a lot lately about the Sumo reels, and you know, but for the price point myself for that big reel, and I put 40 pounds big game on it. So I've got plenty of line. It has a good line capacity. It's got good drag. It's easy to use. So in my limited opinion about bait casters, that's my opinion. That's my go-to right now.
Yeah. So, and this is what kind of makes this nice. You know, I haven't really used anything Akuma, so kind of get two ideas here. But, you know, my thing, I've used some Shakespeare's. I wasn't real impressed with. I mean, they were older bait casters. I use another one that I can't even remember what brand it was right now. But so your Abu Garcia was kind of, I don't want to say it was the first because I don't really know what came out when, but they were, I guess they were the first big name to really take over the bait casting, you know, as far as your round,
Yeah.
you know, right. So I mean, you can't go wrong with an Abu Garcia, but they're kind of, I don't say they're priced high because I think now you can get a regular one for like 120 bucks, 130 bucks, something like that, which isn't terrible. And yeah, might as well. I got it, you know.
I'm sorry, bam,
So
here it is.
yeah, so it's not much different than your low profile like on your bass. The only difference is the push button is going to be over here on the side. So you got to kind of, you know, hold the spool with your thumb and then hit the button before you make your cast. If you use clickers or like a bait runner, it's over here on the, where are we at? Over here on the side, you know. So that's your, you know, Abu Garcia. They're all pretty much the same. You've got, you know, your catfish special, your carp special, your C3s, C4s, your
Striper.
C4. Yeah. Your
Yep.
C4 is going to have a, you know, a thumb bar right here. It's kind of on like a tilt lever almost. The other one that I've used here the last 3 years that I've really been kind of impressed with here lately is the Catfish Sumo Stan was just talking about. And the biggest thing that I've noticed I like about this is, you know, when I'm fishing off the boat, just the ease of this thumb bar right here, because as soon as you hit it, your thumb's already on the spool. You know, it's kind of a one-handed, nice, quick, easy operation. It has the dual knobs, like on your, you know, your Abu Garcia Pro Rocket would, which I'm not going to say that's a selling point, but if that was something that you had to have, this is $100 versus your Rockets were like 180. You know, so if you were looking for the dual spool tensioner, that's what I mean. I'd go with the Sumo. But if you're just looking for a bait caster and you don't want you don't care about or don't want the dual spool tensioner, you know, the Abus are a little bit closer in price, but I think the Rockets are like 180, aren't they? Do you know, Stan?
I'm not sure. What was the last reel you just showed there?
This one right here.
Yeah,
That's a sumo, catfish
that's
sumo.
sumo with the green. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right.
It doesn't look very green for whatever reason, but
No, it
it
showed
is.
up when you put it. The closer you had it, it definitely showed off the green.
Okay. And then so
From what I've
Garrett is
seen of
talking about.
sumo, from what I've seen of sumo, and what I've heard of people saying with their customer service and things,
Mhm.
you know, from my opinion, I don't have any, but just based on what other people said about them, you can't go wrong with their products.
Yeah, I mean they're so I've been talking to the owner quite a bit here lately because I'm wanting to get 2 more of these rods right here, and right now they're out of stock. I'm also looking to get some more reels, and he's just an awesome guy to talk to. He's actually the last video that Justin with Kayak Catfish put out. That's the owner of Catfish Sumo, is the guy he's fishing with.
Fish, yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean he's a good guy. And the thing that worried me when I first bought this reel 3 years ago, well, it might have been the other one. I can't tell. I got 2 of them now. But what I thought that thumb bar, being plastic, I was like, man, that's gonna break. I'm rough on stuff. I ain't broke it yet. So
What cat fisherman isn't? I mean, most of us
right,
are pretty good sized dudes. We're not known for being delicate with things. So
right.
but I guess a lot of that, Cameron, it depends on the price point you're looking at. Like I said, my Akuma Classic. I know a lot of people. I've seen a lot of videos. Oh my gosh, K&B Anglers with Pops and Kevin. They use Akuma CLX. Uh, for that price point, I haven't had it long enough to say about the durability and things, but that's $40. My son, he loves the Abu. He's got a C3, I think. I think he's got a C3 6500, and he loves that. And the thing with Abu that they may have a higher price point, but you can buy parts or have that Abu repaired or serviced pretty much at any city across the country. Whereas, a lot of other reels, if something happens, it's like, well, you got to throw it out and you got to get a new one. So,
Well, those
while
Abus, they're pretty easy to work on too.
yeah, while the Abu may have a higher price point to start out with, like double the Akuma, you can get parts and you can have it serviced where that Abu may last you 3, 4 times longer than say my CLX or whatever would. So, it depends on what you want to put out. Like that was it was the first round bait cast reel that I had, and boom, I got that good deal on it. So I'm like, hell yeah, I'm going to try Akuma. So, it depends on what you want to, if you want, it's same as everything else. Depends on what you want to start out at, but there's a lot of good choices out there. Just do a little searching and, it depends on where you're at with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Garrett said, the 6600s have a thumb bar a little bit different than that Sumo one I was just showing you. And that's why I got up a second ago. I have a 6600. I've got 2 of them. One of them I converted over to push button because the thumb bar broke. But the thumb bar on the 6600 is a little bit different than that Sumo, but it's the same concept. So. But yeah.
Yeah, I see Garrett said the Abus are getting expensive.
They are. Like I said, I think for a what's the word I'm looking for? Just a regular plain Jane 6500 C3. I'm pretty sure you're looking at 120, 130 bucks, which I mean isn't terrible. But yeah, like Garrett just said, there are all kinds of round bait casting reels out there now. Just depends on what you want to spend.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I want to say about the Abu Garcias before I forget is the ones you can get at Walmart. I think they call them the Abu Garcia 6500S or
Yes.
C3S or something like that. It has an S on it, I know for sure.
Yes.
I highly recommend not getting those. I haven't actually bought one and tore it apart. But I've known some people that use them, and they're no good. And the reason being, from what I've heard, is they're plastic gears on the inside versus where this, your regular made in Sweden 6500 C3s are all brass geared and all that stuff. Yeah. Garrett said better off buying a cheap Chinese reel than a 6500S. So yeah, I don't even know if Abu actually makes it or if they just put their name on it.
Put their name
But
on it. Right.
yeah,
That's why I've heard the same thing, that all those gears on the inside that are with the normal Abus were brass or whatever. Now you buy the S. The reason that they are that cheap is that all the gears are plastic, and
yeah,
which will work out if you're catching you're catching just regular size fish. Like my son had a bait runner, one of the ones from Wish. I don't know what they call them, Suji Longs or whatever, and he was catching 20-pounders with it. We caught a lot of catfish on it. The first fish he caught over 40 pounds. The first blue he caught over 40 pounds. It just stripped the bait running drag with it. It stripped the front drag. It just boom, inoperable. But if you were just doing normal, beginning fishing with it, it was a great reel to start out with. But the first monster fish you caught just tore the reel up. So
yeah, and that's like those Cast King Rovers. I've never used one, so this is just me, going off of looks. They look kind of a lot like that 6500S, just different color.
yeah,
So I don't, and they're super cheap too. So I don't
I've
know if
heard
they're
that's the same thing I've heard about them. That is, standard everyday whatever fishing, boom. But you if you're in the waters where you're catching decent sized fish on a regular basis, they wear out pretty quick.
yeah, and I can see that pretty easy. Like I said, I haven't used one. I haven't actually even seen one or held one in real life. But just looking at them online and stuff, they just don't. A lot of times you can kind of tell when something's cheaply made. In my opinion, those are cheaply made. Which I mean, obviously they are because they're sold cheap. But I don't know. My gear, I'm not one to go spend a bunch of money just to spend money. But at the same time, I want to trust my gear.
Yeah. That's exactly why I use Ugly Stick, because my father used it for decades.
Yeah.
I've used it for decades. It's a good price point. It's not too high, it's not too low. It's I know my Ugly Stick rod, regardless of what size fish I have on it, it's not going to fail me. Could I get the sumos or B&Ms or Muddy Rivers or whatever that you're spending more for, that be a better suited catfish rod where you can cast heavier? Yeah, but for my price point, Ugly Sticks, they've been around for generations, and the reason why they've been around for generations. But
Oh yeah.
that it depends. The same thing. I got the Akuma because I haven't used the bait caster, round bait casting reels before, so I didn't want to spend, a ton of money now that I got that. Oh yeah, I was spinning all the way because I didn't, bait cast, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. But once you use the bait cast and you see what advantage it gives you, you're like, oh man, this is awesome. So then you're trying to look into, okay, I want this one, I want that.
Yeah. So I kind of had my response to that thought out, and I kind of lost it. What'd you even say? I can't remember now.
We were talking about the round bait caster reel, saying that
Right.
ugly stick for me because it's been around for decades.
Right. Now I got it now. I see on Facebook all the time, on these catfish pages, people that are new to fishing, and they're talking about, oh, I can't use bait caster, it's so hard, blah blah blah. Is it hard to learn? Yes, to an extent, but once you learn it, it's so easy. You know what I mean? It's so worth it. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we've got 5 people in here. I would say, probably 90% of us use bait casters. If we're in a catfishing chat. But I said something, and I don't want to say people that participate in these lives are a little more experienced, I think, than some people that are just kind of cruising through in a Facebook group. But Garrett, I feel your pain there. I've got more rods and reels than I even know what to do with. It's pathetic. I mean, I probably have. I bet you I've got 20 Abu Garcia reels. I'm not even kidding. I bet you I've got that many. But I just can't get rid of them. I don't know why. It's weird.
Yeah, that's that whole debate on do the fishing companies that make the rods, reels, lures, etc. Are they making them to attract the fish or the fishermen?
Yeah.
How many of us are like, oh, I got to have this or I got to have that?
Yeah.
And we were started talking about last night that I started out with a weight on the end of a masonry line and hand in line, and that's it. So
Right.
the river is super high.
Yeah. So are you fishing or are you gonna abort mission? What's going on there, Mike?
It's hard to beat those floodwaters sometimes.
Yeah,
All that
absolutely.
all that bait is up, and those big catfish will like to feed.
That right there is one thing that I cannot stand. That's just me personally. A spin cast reel, I hate them. I absolutely hate them. I can't stand them. Spinning reels not too bad, especially for crappie. I'll use spinning reels for crappie all day long. Bait casters are for catfish, 100%. I've got like 2 bass rods. One's a bait caster, one's a spinning reel. But spin cast, man, I hate them.
Yeah, so
I,
you're not a
it's just
Zebco
me.
33 fan?
No. I mean, I don't even know what it is. I don't know if it's the reel, the line, or whatever. But I remember as a kid, you try to cast and it goes like 2 feet, and
Because it would get wrapped up underneath the
yeah,
little spinning jobber.
yeah.
Yeah.
I already told Shelby. I said we have a kid. I was like, his first fishing pole, spinning reel. We're skipping the bait caster stage or the spin cast stage.
That is the one thing that I want to recommend to. I know we only got however many viewers out here, but how many parents are thinking they're doing a good thing and they're actually just turning that kid off from fishing, where they get them the little Barbie pole or the transformer pole, with the cheapest spinning reel you can get, where even us experienced fishermen within 2 casts would have it messed up. How do you expect a 5-year-old to
Yeah.
without having issues? Get them we got my granddaughters, what they started with is ugly stick, the ugly stick version of a dock demon. I think it's called a dock warrior or something like that. It's the shorter pole because they're shorter people, and a regular spinning reel. But it's basically the same type of price, and they're getting a good reel to start out with, not something that every other cast is going to have an issue.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it doesn't have the Transformers or Barbie or the princesses or whatever on it, but to get them started in fishing, you want to have them having some good stuff too, and you want it
Yeah.
at a good price point. But you give them that garbage, well, 2 cast in, they're going to be tangled, and you're going to be trying to untangle, and nobody's having fun.
Right. And it's funny you say that, because when you were talking about ugly stick or Zeb, whatever you're talking about, I was getting ready to reply with the dock demon. And I know they make them in spin cast
Yeah.
and spinning reels, and I mean the dock demon. I see Garrett just said there's no drag on a dock demon. And I mean, I get what he's saying. I've seen that before where, you can just pull line and pull line.
Dock runner,
But
that's it. I'm sorry, dock runner. Yeah, that's the ugly stick version of the dock demon. It's a dock runner. Yes.
I got you. Yeah, but I mean, those dock demons, they're not bad little rods, especially for a kid. And here's what I want to do. It's funny Garrett brought that up. I haven't done it, but obviously, but what I want to do, I'm thinking about it, is I want to go out one day and get 4 dock demons, and I want to troll the back of my boat with dock demons.
That'd be an awesome live video, whatever. That'd be cool.
I think they'd hold up. I mean, I know, like Garrett was saying, the drag kind of sucks on them, when you get in some big fish. But that's the one problem with them is drag. So where we were talking about kids, I don't think you have a problem catching bluegill, crappie, little bass, stuff like that. The catfish, especially hooking to a good one, 10 plus range, it might get interesting. But what are those things, like $20?
Yeah, $20 and under. Yeah.
So I have $80 in it. I mean, it might be worth it. It might be worth it.
I think you'd get a lot of views out of it because that's a widely searched because it's a name, doc, that's the name. So you'd have a lot of people searching for that. So you'd probably even get new people that nobody knows any idea about just searching for it that happen to come up on it too.
Right. Could be. But yeah, that's an idea I had I had back in the summer. I was going to do it and I got busy and forgot about it. But if you guys ever see a video titled something about dock demons, something, you know what's going on.
What might be also another good one with that is like we were just talking about. Ugly Stick has their version of it. Zebco has their version of it. Maybe get even if you go against somebody else where they buy a couple of them and you have the dock demon versus this or that, or and have a little competition about it. That may be something that's fun too.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I don't know.
But spin cast, you go old school with America. Almost everybody, maybe over the age of 30 something, has had a Zebco 33. But that was back in the day when Zebco 33s were metal. You put a magnet about 5 feet above a Zebco 33, that damn Zebco 33 would pop up 5 feet to that magnet because everything in that was metal. It was, it was built to. They built that. Zebco was like, all right, nobody's ever going to replace one of these. It's going to last forever.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the old Zebco 22s or the 202 where everything was plastic. I mean, the original Zebco 33s were like, they built that to just stay forever.
Yeah, they don't make anything like that anymore.
Gold underspins for baitcasting. Yeah.
Yeah, Garrett, I think that's what we're talking about. You can basically take the tip of it and the butt of it and touch each other, and it won't break.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done it. I've got one. It's just not here. So.
And again, that goes back to the whole thing. We've now, Derek, this is almost 5 hours again. So in the past 2 nights, we've spent almost, 8, 9, 10 hours talking to one another. And the biggest thing I think that we've picked up on, no matter what you're talking about, what bait you use, how much you spend on it, what river you're in, what conditions you're fishing in, even doing videos, the biggest thing is confidence. I think that's both nights what has came up across the board. I have confidence in Ugly Stick, so even talking about like the dock demon stuff, the brand that I have Ugly Stick Dock Demons, which they said was like the dock runner, but I have faith, I have confidence in the Ugly Stick brand, so that's without even thinking about it, that's what I have most of. And you know, we were talking about that with the baits that you use, the rod choices you make, the reel choices you make, where you fish, where you don't fish. It's all in the confidence that you have in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not trying to like prove you wrong or anything, but the reason I go with the Doc Demon from Zebco versus the Doc Runner, my Walmart only has the one. They just have they only have the Zebco. So you know, honestly, until you said that, I didn't know Ugly Stick had one. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean it makes sense, you know. Like okay, again, another point coming up from last night, the money thing, you know. I don't know who came out with it first, whether it was Zebco or Ugly Stick, but one of them saw it and said, "Hey, wait a minute, we want some of that money," you know.
No, I'm sure Zebco was like, you know, was there even any other brands before Zebco? I mean,
I mean,
back when I
probably
was
not.
back when I was a kid, it was You went fishing, everything was Zebco. That was like, you know, you said you hate the spin cast, but you know, I'm talking back to like the '60s and '70s. It was, uh, you know, everything was spin cast. It seemed like, you know, there was some spinning reels and whatnot, but you had a Zebco 33, or you had a Zebco 202, or a Zebco 22, or a 404, or an 88, or the 808 was the bigger ones, and the spin cast, that was like it back in the day. And but of course, you know, like I said, uh, technology passed me by a couple decades ago, so we're going back a long time. I still remember those white, the white totally fiberglass pulls where once it got a little bit older, you actually got fiberglass splinters in your hand from using it and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Times have changed, man. That's for sure. That's for sure. So, just a quick little announcement. I think what I'm gonna do is the 5 hour mark, which is about 8.5 minutes. I'm gonna cut this thing off, mostly because I'm getting pretty tired.
Oh, come on, you know, you were only up last night to whatever 3 or 4 in the morning. You got up at a couple hours sleep, went out hunting. I mean, gee, come on.
I need to grow up, huh?
But I want to thank you. Like last night was, I had an awesome time last night, and again tonight. Like I said, this is just you know, you hear people on videos, and you know, when you first came on last night, I was talking to Norm was on there, and we had some things going, and you popped up, and I hit you with like a tough question right off the bat, and
You did, man. You did.
you handled it perfectly. But I was like, that was what my mind was already going on. We were talking about these things, and I'm like, well, he'll be able to answer this question, but you know, you nailed it, and we just went from there, and we just kept going, and you know, it's like you know, you're like one of my best friends already. It's like I felt that last night already from the second you came on. It's like we've been fishing together or hanging out for like, you know, 5, 10 years already.
Right, no kidding. Yeah, I know what you mean. But you know, yeah, like basically just to copy what you said, I had fun last night, tonight. The questions, you know, from you, the chat section last night, the chat section tonight. It's been fun. So to kind of wrap what Jesse said up with another one, you know, yeah, not a 13-hour live stream tonight. But what I might do sometime is, you know, because like kind of like what we were talking about earlier, I want to help people. You know, I'm not an expert. I'm not a pro. I'm not, you know, anything like that. But you know, this is a passion for me. So I've filled myself with, you know, as much knowledge as I can, well, not as much as I can, but as much as I have right now. I'm constantly pulling for more people. You know, I'm always learning. Whether the fish are teaching me something, you're teaching me something, chat, you know, whatever. Um, so you know, this is a good way of answering questions like that. Is a good way to help people without, you know, bombarding your spots and all that stuff.
And
like
I
we were
gotta say
talking about that
something.
earlier.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but Outdoors
No, you're
Addiction,
good.
yes, Jesse, my man, he's another one everywhere. Like he's doing the live streams, he's doing all that now, and yet he's still out. You'll see him out in everybody's chat. You'll see him out supporting everybody, and starting out with doing the lives and stuff. If you've watched his lives, same thing. You know, there may not be rods going down and stuff, but to still keep that chat going and the things that he shared and talked about over the past however many weeks that he's been doing it, he's just killing it. You know, he makes you want to watch his next one. You're like, well, damn, when's Jesse going live again? You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
just killing it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking forward to is my next live. I have no idea when it's going to be, but
Well,
just
me
something
too.
about
I'm looking
catching.
forward to it too, Derek. Especially after we talked this many hours. It's like, damn,
Well, I
I want to
appreciate
drive
it.
to Ohio just to be with you to do this. I mean, it's
Hell yeah, yeah. I just there's something about when you're live. Every live fish is like two fish when you're not live. You know what I mean?
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yep, yep. I don't know why. It's so much more rewarding. Especially if you can get some get a pattern going and get a couple. It's
and, and then you can actually explain how you did that or what you were doing before you caught it, and if there's even one person out there that says, "Oh, I could try that here, or I could do that there," and you're like, man, that just and then somebody actually comments back that, hey, you know, when you were talking about this, I did that and I caught this. That's like, that's you know, especially if they did it like across the country or a totally different spot and they use the same things that you were doing. I mean, that's why most of us that are doing this thing that you're doing and I'm trying to do and Jesse's doing, and that's why we're doing it. And when somebody actually comments on that, you're just like, man, that's unbelievable. That's why we're doing this stuff.
oh yeah, it's awesome. Like me and Roger was fishing together there. It's been a couple months ago now, but and he's got a lot of good knowledge from a lot of different people. I know he's more of a river guy, so I'm sure he can teach me a lot because the only thing I know about the river is it has current.
Current, yeah.
So, me fishing my inland lakes all the time, the big thing with me and him, we were going to kind of teach each other stuff. And I know he's fishing with Zach, Skip, all those guys. But, when he kind of like got a hold of me and was like, hey, man, let's go fishing sometime. I want to learn how to drag these lakes. Like you said, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
this guy just asked me to teach him something, you know what I mean? Like, it just makes you feel like you're doing something right, you know what I mean? And not that Roger doesn't know what he's doing, because what I gathered when we fished together, he was already kind of doing it. He just wanted to make sure he was doing it right, you know what I mean? And not I shouldn't say right, but making sure that he was kind of doing similar things to people that do it all the time,
No, I know
And
exactly what you're doing. And I just went and checked chat, and Jesse said that when Chris Flores came into his live, I was there, and that was just like I totally felt what he felt like. I had realistic fishing who's got like what almost 100,000 subs, and not that anybody,
something.
not that anybody's more important. He was in my first live stream. I had one video out, two one video out. I've done a live stream, and here's realistic fishing. Not that he's any more important than you or
No,
uh,
I get what you're saying.
and Elston was there, and here's Chunky telling me that oh, you're doing all the view that you got is perfect. It's awesome. You're like, holy, I mean, it's just like, and you just
Yeah.
kind of and then even tonight when I was listening to Roger, when I was listening to Roger and Zach talking about you know certain things, and that's what's worked for you. But to hear other people say that kind of thing, especially people that have experience with rivers and all my lives, I've talked about the current seams, and I've talked about most of all my life so far has been in the James River. So it's, you're dealing with current, you're dealing with cover and things like that. And to hear the things that I say on my lives, just being my little bitty channel, to have them said by people like that, you're like, holy crap, I'm like passing on the right information. It's
Yeah,
like,
right.
you
Yeah,
know, it
and
just,
yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it was my last live feed from the boat, so that would have been like 2 live feeds ago, maybe 3. I was with Chris on his boat,
yep.
and I could be wrong. Maybe it was when I was on the bank. I forget. But like you said, not that anybody's more important than anybody. And I appreciate everybody. But when Chunky came in, and it's like he's got all these subs, and he's busy trying to fish and do his thing. To have him stop in and talk to you for a little bit, it's pretty cool.
And to actually pass on, not just to say, hey, but to say, hey, if you move your camera this way, or this
Right,
this is perfect, but you just need to do. I was like, damn, oh,
right,
what more do you need? That was just like amazing.
right. Yeah, we were talking about that last night, Garrett. I don't think you were
Yep.
on, or maybe you came on late. I forget. But yeah, 10, 12 years ago. I mean, I was more of a kid than I am now back then. Uh, but you were using musky rods or striper rods or
Yep.
whatever.
Surf
Um,
rods, saltwater.
yeah, yeah, and and then me and Stan were talking about this. I think tonight. Catfish is growing. It's becoming way more popular, and it's going to have its ups and its downs. There's good parts to that, and there's bad parts. But we just got to take the good with the bad, and just as many people as that are on these live feeds and these videos, and supporting each other. Everybody is either selective harvest or CPR. So you got to think there's a lot of YouTube videos going out right now with the CPR, the selective harvest. Releasing big fish, and like I was telling you last night, Stan. Granted, I'm catching channel cats, so 50 pounds is unrealistic, but 10 pounds plus, I'll make sure to get the release if I can. Just encourage that CPR. And
And like I was telling you last night, a 15-pound channel cat, you're talking the equivalent of like a 40-pound blue. It's the same. If that's what's in that water, if that's what you're targeting channel cats. Well, there's not 50-pound fish in that water.
right,
The biggest fish in that water may be 18, 19, 20 pounds, and you're catching a 15, 16, 17 pounder. You're catching the monster fish from that water. So you're not going
right,
out there with a heavy action rod and 80-pound leaders and this and that and everything else. It's more matching what you're fishing for. So it's the same thing. If For me to catch a 10-pound blue here in the James, that's like, okay, well, that's not a big fish here. But when the biggest fish in that water is 60, 70, 80 pounds, you catch a 50-pounder, it's the same thing as catching a 15-pound channel cat. And we both agreed last night, pound for pound, as far as catfish go, that channel cat, they will, if God forbid, thank God there's not like 50-pound channel cats, because they would tear up your rod. You'd have fishermen with missing arms. I mean, it would be.
yeah. I mean, they definitely fight. That's the absolute truth. But yeah, I mean, all these videos going out right now, all these fishermen, um, it's it's the next generation of cat fishermen coming up. They've got a bunch of good role models on YouTube,
Oh, without a
Facebook, all
doubt.
that stuff. So I'm hoping that CPR trend just keeps growing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
we talked about that last night. Just the respect level. We said that what people used to think a cat fisherman was the hillbilly with one tooth in his mouth, and they were, just whatever fish they caught, they were just killing them and eating all these things, and that's what catfishing used to be, the image, or that's what people thought of catfishermen. But now it's like the same respect level as like bass fishing and saltwater fishing, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why we talked about the industry. Like somebody said, $74 million a year spent on specifically just cat fishermen. It's just it's crazy. If you go back 5-10 years ago, like we were just saying, there's what was it? If it was $1 million a year spent on catfishing, that was a lot.
Oh, absolutely. So like Garrett said,
just look at YouTube.
relative.
How many of us are out here? We're 100 and whatever, 400 or 500 subscribers, and yet we're talking for 5 hours, and people are literally sitting out there talking to us. Just in that fact alone, that people are that willing to talk about catfishing and promote catfishing. It's just it's unbelievable how it's grown.
Yeah. Cameron, I mean, it's all I'm saying is a 58-pound channel cat is huge. That's all I'm saying. And the pictures of it are terrible because it was caught in like I think it was 1964.
I agree. If somebody caught a 50-pound channel cat, they'd be missing an arm. There'd be, it'd be like what was that? The Old Man in the Sea. It would be the battle where the channel cat pulled them off out into the water. It would be an epic battle.
Right. Yeah. I mean, supposedly that's it. I mean, 58 pounds is the world record. But like I said, it was taken back in 1964. The pictures are bad. I don't know who verified it, but that's what it is. So.
All right, my man. Well, you better get some sleep.
Yeah, I need to answer Cameron's question real quick. I don't know the real ways. I mean, anal fins, that's definitely a way. Well, I mean, not anal fins. They have one anal fin, but the anal fin raise, that's one way to do it. I don't even know why. So the shape of the anal fin is another pretty distinct way where you can tell.
That's the easiest way to tell, yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going back to the whole Dockery and whether he caught is this back to the Dockery and whether he caught the Grand Slam or not? Is this what we're talking about, or?
No, world record.
Oh, yeah, we're okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Garrett, it was out of Santee Cooper, which, it's known for big blues. So could it have been a blue? Yeah. Could it have been a channel? Yeah. I mean, it could have. I know the Ohio state record is 36 pounds. So they obviously get big, I mean, 58 pounds, like I said, I'm pretty sure it was 1964. So that's a really long time for nobody else to break it. A lot of these other records are getting broke, more relative, or at least coming close to. I mean, I can't tell you the last time I've seen a picture of a 30, 40-pound channel cat, So I don't know. It's, nobody here was there. So
you go back to that largemouth bass, 22 pounds down in Georgia. How many years ago was that? And then it took so many years. And, there's only, largemouth bass is largemouth bass. It's kind of hard to fake that. So, who knows?
Yeah.
But that's exactly why when I started my channel, I did the whole thing like DMV did where, I could say, oh, I caught a 150-pound catfish. Well, there's no proof of that. So all my PBs started out at 0. So, every week I've got a chance of breaking our PB. So that's because we were talking about that. It's visual documented proof. It's on YouTube. It's out there. It's in the internet, so it's not going to go away. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if we go off YouTube channel, then my personal best blue I didn't weigh, but it's about like that big. My personal best verified channel was that 20-minute video I was talking about.
Yeah.
18 and a half. but I've caught one bigger, but I just didn't weigh it. Didn't have my scale. So, yeah, Garrett. Yeah, I don't know, man. I would like to think there's a 60-pound channel cat out there, but it was so long ago, man, that I don't know, So, well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna get off here so that Mike can go live. My plan
he should
was
have
to
went
bring
live
him.
already and came on with us.
What is it?
I said he should have went live. He did that the other Sunday. He was waiting for me to finish, and I felt bad because he's starting out, and he said the day before he was going on live at 1, and I was just waiting. I mean, we were just determined that we were going to catch a fish, and my son and I never did. And he was waiting to come on live before, till we went off. And I'm like, don't worry about that. Just go ahead and do it. So, he could have jumped up here with us to start out. But
well, he mentioned that, and I was gonna bring him on, but by the time that he got on there, I don't have much more time left in me. I'm pretty tired. So, Mike, go ahead. He just okay. Well, Garrett, real quick, that is the plan. I'll be at Hoover this spring for sure. And then Mike just said he just got all set up. He'll come on if we want. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here so that he can get on there. And I'm gonna go lay in bed, and I will be on with you guys probably for about 5 minutes till I fall asleep. But I'll be on there for a little bit. So, Stan, thanks for coming on with me, man, and chatting.
Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Yeah, two nights in a row. You're one of my new best friends, so I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's like I said, put a name to a face isn't really the right word because I've seen your videos and stuff, but being able to hang out and talk and stuff, So yeah, I mean, if you ever need somebody to come in and fill in on a chat, let me know. I mean, if I'm available, I'm more than happy.
Same here. You ever want to do any of this again? Let me know. We'll get this going. It's been awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to take who's it? Is it Ace or Avid? Which one is it? Ace is with you usually.
Yeah, that's how it started out.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to step on any toes for sure, but this winter when the fishing kind of slowed down up here in Ohio, I might do some more lives from the house, maybe some equipment review. I've got enough of it here that I've put through the paces. Some rig tying, I don't know. We'll see. Just something to kind of keep the catfishing going all winter. So
we can probably work things out this winter. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. So everybody's still in here. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I hope we weren't too boring for you. I know I was entertained listening to Stan talk and learning a few things and all that good stuff. So I had fun. So I appreciate all you guys.
All right. We'll see y'all later. Have a good night, everybody.
Yep. See you guys. Oh, wait a minute.